We live? Yes, we are. Okay. Hey, what's up, guys? James here. Back again with some Arknights today. Hang on a sec while I change my camera position. Because we're playing Arknights today, so camera goes in the top left. Anyways. I'm gonna be reading some story, so I'm not on the Discord chat today. But let's go. One war can wear many faces. Across the battlefield line. Because we'll be reading. Just gonna jump right into it, yeah. The senior professor of classics to the Victorian National University, Samuel Seuss, once likened the ample library of Sir Cassegrain to the holy trees upon Londinium's fringes. In these essences of knowledge, these long shadows of history, we never fail to find parallels to how we ourselves have gone, and to how we will go. Recorded are the epics and philosophies, one by one filed away, are mythologies and theories. Humble scholars fill page to page with their wisdom and diligence, each laureate poet a bookshelf to themselves. Someday the storm will pass, our hope can truly never die. What is formed of these accounts in ink, that is our civilization in all its pride. Sir Cassegrain was a decent jailmate. We debated over many a question through the wall. The wall that was, perhaps, the sole reason our time came to an end without his realizing I was a sarcasm. He simply took me as Victorian, one too mired in introspection at that. I still remember his last words to me, before being dragged from that neighbouring cell. In any time of trouble, a proud Victorian need only return there, and the winter of our discontent will once again feel so endless after all, and the coming of spring the closest thing. Friend, you need only return there. Shit out of luck. I tried those already. Even the papers are good calfskin stuff. Those books ain't burn. Well, I call the paper if it's calfskin anyway. Or we say writing skin or something. I don't know. Screw us. This fire just ain't happening. Got all smoke and no warm soup pot. Soup. That stuff's just water with a couple of stems and scraps we tossed in. You know what? This is all their fault. Sneer and Royal Court shitheads have us out here doing all the hard and dirty work, snatching Londinians across to work their factories across the entire city. They won't even give us a hot ball or something for the shoulder. Hey Mouse. What's up, man? Captain said we officially seized Londinium now. Loud. that was a bit loud, was it? Nah, I'm not. Not sure why it's so loud. I didn't change the volume or anything. Actually can't hear it. With the current setup I have. So let's see. Hit this thing. Okay. Turn it down a little. Maybe that'll help. Nah. There's too many other ops I want coming after this. Like basically every banner after this I want to roll. So I'm not gonna pull for Herderer. Defense forces got disbanded. Now Leto guy's out for Liberty. Hey Brian. Oh, starting to regret not going with W. Goddamn loony woman. Loony. Whatever. Probably won't turn out any better if I did. Skipped all story, gonna do stage first for the first time. Oh, okay. All those books anyway. Could be discount catalogs for all I care. Oh, some old feline collectors many discount catalogs. They're burning books. What is with you and questions? Who gives a shit what goes on in Victoria's head? In a Victorian's head. Still, never seen an old man cry his eyes out like that. Are you watching? Got his embroidered lap all gunked up with his own snot. Hey, snap out of it. Give me some more books. Fire's about to go out. Usually this story on stage at a time. How do I master material make me need to rush? Ah, okay. Because you really wanted to max them out. Yeah, fair enough. What reading? You ain't literate. All this shit's in Victorian anyway. Well, there's pictures in here too. Look at these drawings. There's a feline goat here giving this boy a real slap. What do you think's the deal with these two? Cheating, I'd figure. Anything more interesting? No, all the other pictures are dull. Just one of these things is a couple hundred pages. How many books do we have here? And the thin ones over there. They only put a few words on each line, so you have to keep looking down for the next one. What is it Victorians are writing in these? The lands really have that much worth writing books about? This one, and that one. All kept in these beautiful glass cases, and they're all different kinds? Here's another possibility. Victorians are so stinking rich they'll pay to bind their own toilet paper. Huh, maybe. Well, we have books of our own. They flip through these things so much the edges are curled. Maybe we do. You know you hear about how the liches are a bunch of nut jobs who haul themselves up in libraries. No one sees them for years and years. That's how long. Not that my ass cares. Hot soup to drink means more than any of that. Yeah, the days just blend together. These books just blend together. Even if I can't read, I know it. There's never one new thing under the sun. 1,000 years ago we macheted people to death. Now we got more efficient weapons. 1,000 years in the future we'll be flying through the sky and using, I don't know, clouds and stars to keep on killing and killing. Stars and stripes. You know, if we put houses on the moons, plant our own food, maybe we won't have to keep fighting like this in the future. Maybe something even bigger will happen. Everyone will stop wanting to be up in arms. Ooh, precursor there. Got a random stupid mercenary can guess the future. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, no, never mind. Let's get that next book burning. Sometimes I wonder if the work I'm doing is just me satisfying myself. Just trying to prove to myself I'm still one of the awake. What Ines said really keeps me up at night and nothing else. After all, Casdol is not going to be overflowing with people who can use a printing press. You need to get up to speed ASAP, boy. This isn't the classroom, not obligated to teach you the ropes. You could just run your butt back to the countryside. How many more months is your internship? I'm very sorry, sir. I just wanted to be scrupulous about my writing. Scrupulous? I don't want a goddamn catastrophology thesis. I want our circulation beating our union friends at Key Sports. And I want them beating here hard, 24/7. The fuck? If you're the office workers passing by the newsstand or the intercity net news subscribers, is an essay titled "Victoria Makes Massive Strides in Catastrophology" going to pry your cash loose? But don't you think Sarkaz Destroy Victoria is a little, for a headline? You think our readers want the truth? Even the Central Journal's top tier subscribers aren't asking for the truth. You need to spoon feed them worry, fear, feelings of superiority, slightly leading emotional appeals followed by the hard verdicts, and then they'll want more. Then they'll pluck cash out of their pockets. Then you'll guarantee your goddamn job. Brought my herder if you want to try. Oh, okay. Yeah, no support, yeah. What is it? You know what time it is right now? What? How long ago did that new courier truck leave without plates? Half an hour ago. Is this some kind of breaking news from Victoria? No, you idiot. Move. We're going to the printers now. It should still be on shift. We can still make it. I'll give the chief editor a call. You write me a new lead article ASAP. Front page material. On what? My informant says Viviana, the Candle Knight. Nova nightclub. Long AWOL. She's formally announcing retirement tomorrow. Quick, we need to be first body in all of Casimiro's to report on this. I want to prove to the GCC what just which rose paper editorial really matters most. Is this why she becomes recruitable? Because she's no longer, because she retired? Interesting. Then what about Victoria and the Shard? Who cares, boy? A million things a day happen on Terra. We only need the most meaningful scoops out of them all. Remember that. Call a cab already. Okay. Come to mention, sir, there's always been unlicensed devils around here running their own taxis. Have you noticed them kind of vanish lately? The history of Sarkaz is the history of war itself. It is a lamentable fact, one I am loyal to. Yet still I attempt to prove to them that, slaughter aside, there are events about us worth being remembered, reflected on. Upon this land, those events that had the luck to be written of assiduously, those can be counted on one's fingers. And yet, even if I record these past affairs, this isn't what we agreed on. No stock means no stock, Tono. What you see is what you get. Our Originium explosives are sold out. And the weapons I ordered? Are you expecting us to walk into that cave teeming with Originium slugs and giant gloom pincers and heavens knows what other monsters and just tackle them with our bare hands? That's your problem to deal with, not mine. Listen here, you've been cruising the entire black market for the last 3 weeks and managed to get, what, half a dozen weapons? Less? What mercenary squad could possibly snatch everything up? Are they insane? Even Solar Valley Industries couldn't possibly buy this much. Was it a Lord Amir? So which sad sack Lord Amir got ripped off this time? I want a hint. We'll divert around. No Lord Amir. They were such a mystery I couldn't say. It was probably the Pasha, and not just one. It might even be. What the hell are you feeding me? Pasha's on a shopping spree at the black market, and more than one? That's impossible. They have their own channels, and multiple buying weapons in huge bulk. Do you know what that even entails? All I've got is a blind guess. They went through several layers of middlemen, and used some foreign firms to keep their hands extra clean. Every purchase happened to be some quantity that wouldn't raise a suspicion. So if someone called coincidence, it might just pass. But who in Sargon could ever monopolize all this so perfectly? Buddy, pal, friend. Got my rides and supplies sorted. Yep. 4 cars, rations, waters, tents, all good to go. Good. Here's the cash. When the hell did Spacer get that wealthy? No, I hear he and his band of mercs are planning to ditch Sargon. They rustled up all the money they had to head someplace else. Columbia probably, or Victoria. A lot more devil mercs career changing than usual, I feel like. What for? Don't all the Spacer's relatives live in Sargon? Does he not care about his old baba with a broken leg? Who knows? I've never been able to make heads or tails of how these devils think. Maybe they're just sick enough of desert and rainforests. They want to switch up the surroundings now. That'd be best case. It's been like this recently. Things just getting weird levels of complicated, left and right. Makes no sense to me at all. Damn it, the only thing my grandpa ever had to figure out was which the poor beast Shorthorn ran the slowest and made the best dinner for us. They didn't hit this many setbacks in their time, did they? Gobias rural Sargon people just feel it coming. Just like a Shorthorn, once it gets intense, it will knock you flat. Even if I write off our dialects and our recipes, of peasant wives' songs, of a chief courier's great drunken boasts, of romance in the trenches, of graffiti in the ruins. These things in the face of our suffering pale beyond mention. They are reduced even to an irony of sorts, seeming to inform my readers, if I even have any, that we'd be best served using violence to wrest them back. That was never my intent. Even so, I have no right to be serving you my verdict. That messenger should be here by now. Some fanciful girl steal his heart on the way again. I've had enough of his tardy excuses by now. Is there anyone who could drill into his head how much his job matters? Top hat. He won't be coming. Postal messenger Arthur Morrison is dead. Dead? Executed on grounds of treason. Treason? Who in the land are you? I'm doing my job. Cooperate, and you'll make both our lives a lot easier. Tell me what you know about Arthur Morrison, please. I hardly knew him, really. Just that he was the only postal messenger around who'd make the run to Londinium. My own daughter goes to university there, so him and I only exchanged the odd word. He was a treasonist. Was he taking Sarkaz up? My girl wrote to me how Londinium has been littered with them lately. That wretch. I knew he was a scoundrel at the first moment. Trust him to gang up with the devils. He got what he deserved. No. Our comprehension is that Arthur Morrison saved Ursus. Ursus? But... And you were his co-worker, Mr. Wesley Royd. What? Sir, surely you must be joking. I'm a feline born and bred. I've been planting potatoes here all my life. Couldn't speak you a word of her saying. Must be some misunderstanding here. I know potatoes couldn't afford your daughter's tuition at the Victoria National University. If you insist on being stubborn, I can free you of your other arm too. Don't waste my time. No resistance of yours is meaningful. So the rumors were true. That Ursus was right. Londinium has been occupied. For the past month I haven't gotten a single word from the place, not even the tiniest hearsay. Those goddamn Sarkaz, they disgrace us, they murder us, they enslave us. And you self-professed protectors of Victoria, what have you done? Don't you have anyone in Londinium? A dear friend, a father, a mother, a child? Of course you're bigger than that. You get to pull them out safe, yes you do. But us peasant class, no. We thought we could send our children to great old Londinium, to the heart of Victoria, where surely they grow beyond our wildest expectations. And now, laborers to the Sarkaz, slaves to them, in our own country's capital. Those devils are turning Victoria's tempest on Victoria itself, and you people are just letting it happen. You could never hope to grasp Victoria's motives with your shallow insight. All you need to do is take me to your intel exchange. As if I were... Excuse me? An ashen lance bursts forth from his body. The man facing him thrusts his hand out and attempts to allay the fear of his chest being run through. His hands, the instant they touch that deep impurity, are warped and withered. Afar comes a racked breath, spine-chilling. It's me. Carshire's flowers bloom for spring. Close all comms. If I haven't initiated contact again in 15 minutes, abandon this town immediately. May I have the strength not to drown in flowers' scent. In the height of midsummer, he exhales frigid mist. Alex. He cannot cower. He cannot shrink. He must establish communications with the opposite side in Victoria's name. Where is it? Then 29-1. He must not look back. They must not catch sight of each other. He only hopes his adversary is fully aware to abide by the rules of this little game. He can tether a beast, but not a poltergeist. Snowflake swirls about, jet black sinking into the soil of Victoria. A long, slender shadow stretches out from underfoot. He knows. It's right behind him. How close? His heart pounds like thunder. Black breaths clamor at his back. All around him, dead silence. I need an explanation. So what are these guys? 93. This operation has not received royal assent. We will not pardon any breach of authority. The treasonous have all been executed. Over. Understood. We've never met before. He's gone. So Trobigasha, our surveillance picked up. Your surveillance picked up nothing. The fact he could enter and leave us alive, that declares where Victoria and Ursus stand. All this needs to be reported directly to the Duke. Wesley Rowett was cornered and took his own life. Mission is over. Seems to me like the armies and the Emperor aren't on the same page. But any action we take could succeed in bringing about their conciliation. They haven't settled on their plans yet, but their empire, their fear, that will make their decision for them. My question is how two different countries have the same code. Means they're cooperating, obviously, and they have their own code then. Tell me, has my work fallen among the firewood too? Are all Sarkaz's lives saved for being lit aflame, devoid of any meaning? Then why do I still insist on recording? Why do I still insist on writing? Because while my history of war recounts our destruction time and time again, it is my wish to leave the song of every soldier after the fighting is over, as they turn their gazes to Yonkor Castle, yonder. Car 7, 3 cars, 15 plus riders. They've been following us forever, but they're staying wary. Following this entire time, just following. Why not tell W to hang a U-turn? Maybe they'll be happy to say hi. You could get some free Londinium souvenirs. Souvenirs? Inside that giant ball of arts they're hand shaping? I'm treasuring the last few close shaves just fine, thanks. The way these mercs are working doesn't add up. Especially the way they're hunting us. No, not hunting. They're driving us off. They want us away from Londinium. Aw, our high and mighty General Manfred sparing your life. Isn't that sweet of him? You sure you two didn't swear a blood oath? Wanna take his kind advice? Scoot back to Skazdo and teach some slum kidders how to read? Point is, we'll let you out of the military commission's dungeon. You're going walkies outside Londinium's walls by the time I picked you up. My cell was left unguarded for a while. I thought it was a trap at first, but now I think I'm in something worse. Sure, he can be roundabout with me, hinting for me to go resolve some pain in the ass affair. But I think I'd prefer him just killing me then. That would have been easier. Not to mention we still aren't sure what pain in the ass we're even solving. And don't bother with it. W, can you speed up a little? It's time we say goodbye to this clingy convoy of send-offs. Yeah, my second-hander is not gonna stand up to much abuse. Good news though. Got some bombs. We just hit a minefield. I wasn't even wrong. Late half an hour earlier by yours personally. Now, what's in seats? This looks to me like you're just fording Bomb River. I left them the biggest share, I promise. Stop the car once we circle that forest ahead. From there we'll get off and proceed on foot. A vehicle's too large of a target, and they'd catch up sooner or later anyway. Here's hoping you do remember where you bury every mine, W. You're in W and her bombs. Well, hooray for us. We're all in one piece. How's that? I did remember. Well, a couple went off, but you know what? What's the term? Tectonic movement did it. They haven't caught up. I think we've successfully thrown them off. We need more information. Ideally, we rendezvous with Rhodes Island ASAP. Ascalon and the Doctor are on Windermere's warship right now. There's a few things I'm very uneasy about. What did you see? It's just intuition. The less I see any problem, the more uneasy I am. You guys met this doctor. and they're the Rhodes Islands doctor. I can't give you the full verdict yet, but there's no doubt that in a sense, the doctor has weakened. I don't mean that in any negative way, but maybe it's not a weak doctor we need so much right now. You sure? Who knows if some Rhodes op will remember some random thing that happened in Chernobog, and just like that I get a knife planted in my back. Are you really as skeptical as you'd like to tell us, W? Hard to say. There's an old hag kinda keeping me at arm's length from their beloved doctor. W. You spend plenty of time walking this battlefield. Any ideas? I've just been prodded this way and that like some bug. Can't even organize a sensible military op. So all I do is sit in my front row seat and spectate the most magical city siege modern society has to offer. Chaos. Sometimes I even have to wonder, at this point, is anyone actually conducting this battle? The Royal Court's legions couldn't work together to save their lives. Who gives a shit about the small fry corpse, scuttling in front from their four corners to try and live their dreams of Lectorian vengeance? But the ultimate mastermind here is Theresa's. So this chaos has to have been planned down to the last detail. He wasn't juggling some strategic Lollapalooza. It's just set the stage. And now he's waiting. As for what he's waiting for, I don't want to guess. We can't just go brain dumb and reach out to the doctor or Dr. Calcium, hoping they'll give us the orders. We suffered enough to battle. We need to seize the initiative. There's a source of info that might be more open to us than ever in our current position. What position? The pathetic little creepy crawlies? Wow, W! Essentially, sarcasm. Right, and just on the off chance, have either of you heard of any method to kill Lich? Ooh. Telling me to try out your herder, right? I guess I might as well. Oh, has CC actually just been removed? Wow, okay, CC just straight up been removed. Can't even go to CC to test anymore. It's just gone. Alright, what do I try in then, I guess? I'm trying something that doesn't use my sanity. That's like just IS, I think. Yeah, it's just IS, literally. I haven't even really tried this IS yet, so let's go. Get a kettle. Practice exists. Oh, true. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot. I could just use a practice ticket. Yeah. Alright. Not here though. This is a practice ticket on stage, right? But I got a story to read first. What do you mean you forgot? Dude, man, I stopped using practice tickets. This stupid stage, sure. Can't even remember what team I used for this, but fuck it. Actually, doesn't even matter. Fucking, we're using practice. Why am I fucking? Here we go. When it's M3. This is M2 on my screen. Not rolling for Arknights, no. I don't particularly want Herder that much. And all the other banners as well. Oh, I better buy this out before it refreshes. Do my story first. Yeah. Sounds good. Londinium secondary defense artillery. Once fully charged, deals. Ah, the true damage cannon is back. No. The cannon is back. All right. Oh. Can I? How do I? Ah, yeah, okay. Gotta go outside. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Honestly, I don't know how this crush archetype is different to mountain archetypes. From what I read, so they have 0 defense, but a lot of HP. Okay, you don't need to show me again. Yeah, that's fine. That's okay. Fucking cannon though. I was reading the skills, it almost sounds like the exact same kind of thing, kinda. Hodora actually, yeah, because like I saw a review and it was saying one of his skills is like kind of like mountain, but mountain does it better. Because mountain gets 2 block, but Hodora only has 1 or something like that. I don't know. It's hot. The sun is burning. I'm burning. Atsui. Is that the exit? A few steps further. Just put one foot in front of the other. Maybe the fire, the anger, the pain, and the regret are all just figments of my imagination. Or maybe the exit is. I don't know. Well, they're watching behind me. Those eyes. Are they judging me? Or just waiting to see how I'll carry the burden of their deaths? They were great men with tremendous accomplishments. My commander, and the legendary Sarkaz scout, and the captain. The least pure blood Wendigo. The last. They're all dead before me, behind me. Would that be referring to Patriot? All that's left is sad little me, worthless me. They died so I could live. What did they expect of me? I can't think about it. I can't. I can't let their deaths be meaningless. I have to face the sun, even if it burns me. Burn me to cinders, so that in their mighty company I shall not be ashamed. You really do have a knack for waking up right a shift change, don't you? Is this the result of all that hard trading, guard? Percival. I stretch as much as I'm allowed to. I did not sleep particularly well. On top of that series of nightmares, the old wound in my leg aches. We almost ran straight into the Victorian battle lines in order to catch up with 9. The infected I'm in charge of are used to being spat on, used to not having hope, but they've never been on a real battlefield. They were scared headless. I was one of the better ones, and I hate that I'm used to it. It took a lifetime's worth of good luck for us to make it to the camp in one piece. Sort of a Hodora. More guards can't hurt the game. Okay. Yeah. Seems like a lot more people are rolling for Hodora than I would have thought. But I guess that's because of the whole, what is it? W-ness, right? Just too hot, even at night. How long until the shift change? 15 minutes. You can sit a while longer. I'll go wash my face. What's with your leg? You're limping. Have the crystal spread? No, not yet. Give me my towel, Percival. It's to your left. The floral pattern? Yeah. Percival raises an eyebrow. I want to say it was a gift from the owner of that County Peninsula textile factory. Red as one just like it. The old man had creases all over his face. He was lucky that the crystals grew on his belly, so all he needs to do is wear a shirt. Hopefully he's still hiding them. Never mind. You brought back more hands than expected. Looks like the situation in the provinces is deteriorating, even before they turn into war zones. Rolled because he has a big ass sword. The impact is bigger than I thought. The nobles are turning a blind eye. Pretty much as expected. Those towns are made a living trade with caravans. They're left hanging with the convoys to Londinium, stopped on account of the war. The infected are always the first to get hit when things go south. They used to be able to plant a few crops on the edge of town, and the villagers were willing to trade with them here and there. Money is money after all, whoever it's from. It's easy to do the respectable thing when life is decent. Things are different now. It's almost time for the bean harvest. These infected spent the last season watering the fields, caring for their crops. They've chosen to run off and join us now, abandoning the harvest that would have been waiting for them in a few months, and those to come in the future. They would rather leave. They must be desperate. We infected may be used to this kind of deprivation, but we can't come to the safe conclusion every time. Are you still resting, sir? I hear voices. You're awake. You again. I said. Are you taking the night shift now? Supper? I have canned food from Victoria. Not the best in terms of taste, but convenient. Cigarettes, wine, bit of pick me up in the middle of the night. Pretty clean, all things considered. Razors, arts units, you name it. What about you, Percival? Would you like some hair cream? Not easy to find these stuff these days. It's usually only the officers carry it after all. Officers don't die so often? No, just harder to dig them out from the heat. They're usually at the bottom, you know. You need medicine again? Well, I haven't been feeling my best. A lot of pain. The occasional hallucination. I'm scared that the rocks could start growing into my brain. It's not going to get any better if you keep digging in those dusty craters. The best we can do is basic medicine that slows the progression of the condition. Don't expect it to save your life. I know. I know you're reselling our medicine. This bunch of infected told me that they brought apathy meds from a sarcas on a motorbike, and that they worked okay. Well, but... Made some decent money, didn't you? How about we decide your punishment based on how many coins you have in your pocket? I was just making sure that stuff got where it's needed. There's a war going on after all. You're gonna get another warning. But at least the meds made it to them, when we don't have enough messengers to deliver to everyone. Arknights just only need a guard that heals other units left before become real guard knights. They have self-heal guards, it's fine. I don't think they need that. They have self-healing guards, they have guards that don't die. They have guards that you use as heli drops. Self-healing isn't healing people. Won't happen again, I promise. Just a little bit. A few pills. I've been running a fever for days. Guard? Put in a form for him. Make sure he's registered this time. Thank you. Don't thank us. Thank the doctors. They went from elite to pariah when they contracted apathy in their labs, and their companies didn't want to pay the insurance. It's not an easy change to accept. Fortunately, they heard of reunion and came looking for us. What about your old stomping grounds? I'm more than just grateful to them, but they'll never forgive me. I chose this path on my own. We just don't have the same grade of equipment that Rhodes Island does. Well, we're not really developing medicine either. Right, we don't take medicine to get well, just to live a little longer. There is no medicine that will cure apathy. I still remember the operators hurrying around medical, and the sight of Dr. Kelsey in her lab when I was at Rhodes Island. You really had to make God a random NPC from a random Rhodes Island operator to a bit custom reunion sprite to a real unique sprite of his own. Yeah, probably the reason why that happened is because people like the character. If there is hope for a Earpathy cure, then it's at Rhodes Island. I still feel a sense of pride for having been part of it, even though I have no right to, because I chose betrayal. But when will the day come when a cure for Earpathy is found? 50 years? 100 years? 1,000 years? And what do the infected do before then? God, sounds like Emiya right now. I chose my own path. Okay, Segino Mikata. That's Kevin. Case everyone likes Kevin. Everyone likes Kevin because Kevin doesn't give us a hard time. He teaches us the mechanics. It's a symbol of hatred, victimization, blame, and alienation. Everyone here has a story, and they're all alike. What good is medicine in the face of all that? It's like rowing against the tide. This land is not a glorious one of morality and kindness. That's why we can't turn away from violence, shameful as it is. It's powerful. But maybe. No, that's something for the distant future. What's your name? Me? Oh. Medicine peddler? Man on bike? I'm not the kind of guy anyone needs to remember. That's not a name. Okay, let me think of a cool one. What's going on? Shouting, and the sound of weapons clanging. Go hide in the back, Sarkaz. Percival, go and reassure the civilians that just joined us. They're scared enough as is. I put a hand on the sword on my belt. It's always at the ready. Really want me to kill you? You men are in no shape to fight. Our warriors surround a group of bruised and dirty Victorian soldiers. Their sergeant is panting, with fresh wounds on his body. Was this really an attack? What's going on, 9? They sneaked into the village from the north. Romanek took a bolt. The doctor is taking care of him now. They're out of their minds, trying to attack our camp with just 21 men, including a handful on stretchers. Ha! Look at what we have in the heartland of our country, a stone's throw from our great capital. A swarm of damn reunion infected. Come, kill me if you dare, or I'll kill you all. Hey, when I come back, I'll ask you about horror support if you really tried to support. Okay, no worries. Conspirators, agitators, rioters, murderers, a blight. You're a blight! No wonder the war is going badly. Those barbaric devils can never beat us. The real enemy is among us, behind our backs. Wherever there's disorder, you infected are never far away. Looks like you just came back from the front lines. Low morale, poor organization, hastily wrapped wounds, obsolete equipment. You don't look like professional soldiers. Conscripts? We're from the Duke of 4th Battalion. What's the name of the company again? Blackstream Squad and Eastern Squad. Do you have a doctor here? Shut up, soldier, and ready your weapon. As usual, I've got HBR stream on the side. Yeah, I'm gonna pull up the HBR stream as well. So, I mean, I'm gonna have it on mute, but I'll just have it on the side. But Sergeant Victor, there's an order. Ready your weapon. Keep your voice down, Victorian. There's civilians sleeping in the camp. Victorian civilians. Civilians? Victoria would have given them the life they deserved if they didn't join you to become criminals and malcontents. Why are all the scum in this land infected? Why is every gangster, bandit, devil, and reunion traitor uninfected? Why is the Honourable Duke of Fife not infected? Why was His Majesty Frederick III not infected? Why are honest and upright folk not infected? Do people become despicable because they're infected? Or do they become infected because they're despicable? What about you? Is despicability infectious too? How dare you! Enough! The Victorian sergeant's eyes widen as he turns to one side, trying to hide his arm from my sight. His lips tremble, but no words come out. We're all despicable scum now. Aren't we, sir? I'm different. This is honorable. Your arm. I can see the crystals protruding from it. Your condition is progressing rapidly. I'm fighting and killing sarcasm for my country. I just got a bit of dirt on it. Maybe devil blood. What did you learn in boot camp? Didn't they teach you anything about active Virginium zones? The instructors just told us to aim and pull the trigger. That's what we spent our 2 weeks on. I take it you weren't issued any inhibitors either. Inhibitors? No, I think they're all infected. It can't be. I just got a physical 1 week ago and I was in perfect health. 1 week. Could be a rapid onset. Or they lied to you to keep you on that front lines. Shut up! How long have the ones in the stretchers been unconscious? They're in critical condition. What? Death and disintegration from acute condition is dangerous to both you and us. You're alright to have the unconscious laying face up on the stretchers to prevent suffocation. But did you check their backs? Suddenly silent, the sergeant walks towards the stretcher, as though trying to turn the man lying on it over, but withdraws his hand as soon as it touches the soldier. The sergeant looks hopeless, like he's facing a deadly tusk beast that could spit lightning and poison, one that could leap at him at any moment. But the man is his comrade. Before they were comrades, they might have been cousins, tilling the same piece of land together. I sigh and sit the unconscious Victorian soldier up. There is no need to remove his jacket. Originium crystals have pierced his clothing on his back. Heavens. Victor! Damn it! Shouldn't have taken him along. His dad would kill him, then kill me if he learned that his son was infected. Those sarcas used witchcraft to infect us. I knew it! It's the devil's curse! It's not enough that they defiled our land, now they want to defile our souls too. That's enough. Sarcas are naturally susceptible to infection, and their soldiers are overwhelmingly infected. When you kill them, or when you get infected, and they kill you. If there's no one to clean up the bodies. I said no more. I heard a sound. It's a familiar sound, whether in Rimbillington, Rhodes Island, or here and now. The sound that every infected fears most. The sound of us shattering. I've heard sounds in the trenches. You told me it was artillery, Sergeant. It was artillery! Our enemy will use anything and everything to destroy us and our country, including their own deaths. Devils, bandits, tyrants. There was none of this crap during His Majesty Frederick III's reign. We must expel the scum from Victoria. What can we do? Can we save Victor? We dwell in the blessing of glorious Victoria. What an idiot. I'll say this again. You're an infected. Very infected. In case this isn't clear to you, like us, like everyone else here, you're going to die. Let's go.
皆さん、もう一度防護装備の確認をお願いします。溶岩と安全な距離を保って、体調の報告は怠らないようにしてください。ドクター、ここってみんな総員3回。足元を見てみなさい。火山の煙や粉塵には大量のオリジニウム粒子が含まれるので、長居は避けましょう。足元を見てみなさい。
はどれですの？どうすればいいかくらいわかるわ。私に命令しないで。どうぞ続けて。気をつけなさい。この海流は脆弱な命を飲み込みますよ。
本気で行くよ。
Okay. If there's a true damage cannons, that means Mudrock is back to work once again. Probably should have brought it, eh? Didn't think about it. Okay, Spectre will live. So... Liner can also take the hit. I think we'll just use Liner as the cannon bait. So I'll have Spectre here. Actually, Lava here.
どの戦いも楽しむべきよ。あの深き海より参ります。我慢にもおやすみなさい。
What's the radius of the explosion? Okay, Gladier's gonna get caught up in it. I think Gladier will live. Oh, but it won't get caught up in it. Okay, that works out for me then. I try to be the arts battle, so got hang of it pretty fast for the grind as well. Yeah, it's not hard, it's just grindy as shit. Let's hit the skip button. The first time I saw an infected shadow was in the middle of a lake. I was 7, young and innocent. It was my dream to become the captain of the miners' patrol. I'd get to stay up late at night, wear a cool uniform, and walk around with a bright torch. Most families in Rimbilliton made their living in mining, digging, and processing ore. We did everything to prevent infection. But accidents happen. One day the adults came home early. Mother and the other women of the house whispered in the corner. The men smoked in silence until the entire room was filled with the acrid scent. Between coughs, I ran around the living room, pretending to be a surveyor, looking for new veins in a fog-filled valley. Dad grabbed me by the collar and put me to bed. I woke up earlier than usual the next day. I think I was trying to grab a can of soda while nobody was watching. Grandma was sitting in the living room next to her luggage. She said she was going on a journey. I pestered her to let me go with her. She could never say no to me. She said I could come a short way with her, then I had to go back home. Oh, the straps! I want those! I saw a salt lake in the distance. It was a shallow one that only appeared in the rainy season, but it rained a lot that year. We couldn't see the other side of the lake. Grandma told me that was as far as I could go. I said alright. She made me promise. Like when she made me promise I would be a good boy when I first went to school. But I wasn't a good boy anymore. I quietly followed her, hiding behind a bush when she got to lakeside. Grandma got onto a boat with a few people on it. They all had strange stones growing out of their bodies, and one of them was wrapped up in the blanket. The boatman turned on the engine. I watched from the shore as the boat disappeared into the fog. I was confused. Grandma didn't say anything to me on their way. It was like an ordinary picnic trip. I was about to turn around, thinking about where I would have breakfast before going home. Then I heard a sound like crystal shattering. I turned around and saw Londinium dust sprayed into the air, mixing with the fog, reflecting an eerie glow in the sun. Does it mean whoever just got exposed? I turned around and saw Londinium dust. Oh, okay. It was like a dream. How far did you get to your arts battle, by the way? Did you manage to grind all the quads? Was that how you got infected? No, I was lucky that time. Oh, maybe it really was a dream brought about by a summer morning. But I never saw Grandma again, and my family never talked to her about her anymore. She was always thoughtful and cautious. It wasn't like her to let a child follow her, putting him in danger. For once though, she made a selfish choice on her journey. She wanted to spend just a little more time with her grandson. Maybe she even wanted to give me a hug. Now I remember. I didn't even get to show her my report card that semester. It was the best I ever did in school. The sounds of the forest stopped. The flickering light shining through the far shadows of the trees no longer moved. Then came the sound of lament and painful moaning. Oh yeah, finished 31A hard. I lost 31B, 31E normal, but I don't have points. Okay, yeah. I just grinded 31A normal after clearing everything. Don't bother with endless. I mean, you need to clear everything to open up endless anyway, but endless is, yeah. Apparently they're making improvements to the arts battle auto battle system. I assume that will apply to the normal auto battle system as well, so it should be a lot better after this patch. On your guard, Red. The Victorians have stopped. Looks like they're planning to make camp. Here? It's only a few hundred meters from our camp. They no longer have the strength to cover their tracks. Who knows if there's a scouting party shadowing them somewhere. Red's hands never stop, even as he complains, cutting away the bothersome vines. We approach their position and see their flickering shadows through the sparse bushes. Soldiers lie on the ground in exhaustion, hopelessly burying their heads among the falling leaves. The sergeant sits down on a rock, silently polishing his sword, the only weapon he has left. I guess they just didn't have the strength to go any further. These people don't have the luxury to think. They're still living in a dream. It'll all pass. Were they really just separated from the rest of the army? These Victorians are lucky. They faced a gentle exile, not the swords of their comrades. It's not easy to accept that you're infected. We should wait for them to understand who they are, and for them to make a choice. Do you really mean to take them in? These soldiers? We're weak. So are they. What's the plan then? Not yet. Still finishing the story. I literally just finished the battle that I went into. So finished the shift and notify the sentries. expand the patrols to include this camp. The infected stand together. So we just found out the first time guard was saw the red mist, like when the Londinium shattered, and that was when his grandma caught the infection. Stand together. Pretty words. Of course we had to stand together. What other choice did we have? But are the words stand together so simple that we fail to appreciate their true meaning? Our apathy changed all our lives equally, robbed us of our futures equally. What is taken from a farmer who has to pay his taxes out of seeds stored for the next year's planting equal to what is taken from a wealthy merchant with a safe full of pure gold? And what we had to begin with was not equal. Neither are the choices that survived deprivation. Who are we really standing together with then? You're Tallulah, right? Founder of a union, leader of the infected. They say you did great things in Ursus. All the infected of Victoria are talking about you. Is it true that you captured a city? A city for the infected? Is it still there? I'm no leader. I'm just a member of Reunion Movement. Have some porridge. We're setting out soon. Tell us more about your city, Tallulah. It's... No need to hang your head. I suppose things didn't go smoothly if you're in Victoria now. Of course, the uninfected wouldn't let us win that easily after trampling on us for so long. What does it matter if those scum tripped you up once? You're a union. We all believe in you. Tallulah looks down at the pot she's stirring, serving bowl after bowl of hot porridge. The steam from the pot obscures her vision. Careful, it's hot. They all believe in you. What do you think about that, eh? Being the hope of so many? You're a veteran from Ursus, aren't you? What are you talking about? Valia. I know, sorry, couldn't resist. Is it true that there was a bit of trouble at the camp yesterday? That's fine, all taken care of. Taken care of? Stop crying Tallulah like that and start packing. You have a long way to go today. Oh yeah, I still have fertilizer to load onto the truck. And it's not you in Union anymore. Oh yeah, we're in Union too. See you later. Guard. It's fine. No need to say anything. I take the bowl of porridge from Tallulah. She's very pale. There are things we can't tell them yet. I know. It's your decision. Reunion can't collapse again. I'm the banner that you rallied into Victoria. I accept that. But I'm deceiving them. I'm still no more or less than you deserve. It's none of my business whether you see this as honor or punishment for your crimes. What the others need is hope. Are you going to tell them you were under the influence of an evil god? Everything that happened at Chernobog was an Ursine plot? I would rather our organization be built on a lie. We were built on a lie back then too. I know. Payback will come, someday. But at least this time we lied for the infected. There are no second chances for a union. I hope we don't go down the same path you did. What did that sister of yours say in Chernobog? Until the day when the infected are judged fairly. I'll wait. I'll be your tool until that day comes. Excuse me. What are you doing here, Victorian? I'm not armed. Your sentry searched me. I caught a whiff. My brothers haven't eaten in 4 days. Some of them, I don't know. They don't look good. I have a lighter here, and... Do you want brass buttons? If you could be so kind as to trade some bread for these. I know it's not enough. I have a bunch of good leather back at my home in Blackstream. Once I get back, I'll sell it and pay you back double. The young man gazes hungrily at the pot, his hands grabbing his own uniform tightly, perhaps out of nervousness, or trying to straighten it out to look more presentable. Tallulah puts a bowl of porridge before him. You can take what's left in the pot. Thank you. Here's the lighter. Sometimes you need to click it a few times before it lights. And the button. I take the lighter and grab the hand trying to rip the buttons off. It's fine. Eat. He practically pours the food down his throat. Where's your sergeant? I don't know. We haven't seen him all morning. I was worried he would barge into your camp again. Say, did you hear any sounds in the night? Like artillery fire? Ooh. That's a flag. No reports of anything like that. Never mind. Everyone's gone mad. Us, them. There's no sane man left in the front. Sounds like things are rough out there. Rough, eh? You have no idea what the Sarkaz are using against us. They have no battleships, no armored vehicles. We thought the devils were just barbarians, fighting our armies with swords and bows. How wrong we were. Can you imagine an entire squad of Sarkaz casters, casting their arts at the same time? It was more terrifying than any artillery or ballista fire. Get hit by a shell, you might lose an arm or a leg. The fragments digging themselves into your flesh, causing terrible pain. But the Sarkaz, they turned the battlefield into a hell of a ladder and tails. I saw armored vehicles pierced by lightning bolts of blood. My mates melted into puddles of gore. I never imagined it would turn out like this when the Duke of Fife's men dragged me out of the Precise Beast pens. Forget it. I'd rather not think about anything. Thanks for the porridge. I'll bring the pot back later. You can keep it. We have plenty of them, and it might be of use to you. Thank you so much. I'll never forget it. Are you leaving? Where are you going? This is pretty much a battlefield now, and there's Victorian lands all around, for the infected. Oh, sorry. I shouldn't have asked. Forget I said anything. The soldier hurries to leave, grabbing the side of the pot with his one good hand, and supporting the bottom with the limp arm, grimacing at the heat. I reach into my pocket and dig out what I just got from the doctor. Hey, wait! I go up to him and put the vial of medicine in his pocket. What's this? It will relieve some of the worst symptoms. You can share it with the others. I'll visit Blackstream and collect what you owe me. Sir. Go. You'll love our village. Thanks. You really are like the Rhodes Islanders. I heard you are the one who found the doctors who knew how to make the medicine. To be honest, what we're making hardly even qualifies as medicine compared to the suppressants that I knew. Rhodes Island offers low-cost treatment plans, but at the end of the day, they're a company. They need research funding, and they have corporate due diligence to deal with. Who knows how many eyes are on them in Casimir's and Columbia. That's why you persuaded 9 to go north. The warriors say there's a factory there. A tiny pharmaceutical factory. So small it's barely even a workshop. It's not even a nomadic plate, but that one little piece of land was once the salvation of many infected. That is, until it grew big enough that it caught people's attention. Some of the ones driven out of there joined us, and that's how we heard the story. It's deep in the forest when nobody's watching. We need medicine, even if it's just a pale imitation of the real thing. But more importantly, it was once a starting point of Victoria's reunion movement. We have to unite those scattered across Victoria. I have to tell them that help has come. I've seen plenty of infected self-help organizations. Kind souls helped us from time to time, but in the end, none of them lasted. When I was at Rhodes Island, I often wondered if things would get better if everyone worked harder and made more medicine. Maybe, but Schönebog changed my mind. Why do they crack down on workshops like these? Why are kindness and hard work warped by hatred and prejudice? When evil itself is fuzzy as the fog, why does everyone, even the infected themselves, decide to wait for their own deaths in the middle of the lake? I stare at Tallulah, who hardly reacts to my words. Her eyes are calm, unusually so. Her soul is too weary, having seen too much. What has become of the woman who was once our leader? Or had she uttered the same words before, and seen what came of them. You know what I mean. Neuropathy is an illness, but we'll leave the illness to Rhodes Island for now. Our enemy isn't just neuropathy, it's oppression and prejudice. The truths they've tried to cover up with neuropathy. Neuropathy is just a culmination of all the decay across the lands. Taking back a symbol may help the infected of Victoria realize that and stand together with us. Stand together. That's something only reunion can do. Have you told the elders how you think? Of course. I'm always talking to Nine about Al. No, you know the one I'm talking about. Oh. A little. I got a gentle answer. That's why I'm here. Whatever the case, we didn't choose the same path, so it's not my place to ask for more. Of course it isn't. Rhodes Island is a paradise of idealists. Me, a man who could only see what stands right in front of me. The gain and loss right in front of me. I heard the veterans, guerrillas, fighters talk about the old days of reunion in the tundra, the ideals that everyone had. A city of the infected, our home. Some of them thought it was just within reach. Those almost realized that Chernobyl, but fell short in the end. But I know the city of our dreams is still far, far away. And how could a single city be enough? What could a single city do? You're still limping. Maybe you should go sit in the back? Just a little sprain. You haven't been on a lot of expeditions lately. My squad passed through the wilderness the other day with infected comrades from Greenwich. The earth had been torn open with ditches everywhere. Looked like one of the turnip farms back home, except much smaller. I tripped. What was it? I didn't think there'd be a place like that near Londinium. Walt said that all those trenches, hundreds of them, each one big enough to fit our entire squad, were battleship tread marks. Damn. No wonder you looked worried. It takes all my strength to just go from day to day. Don't think too much about it. Report from the Scouts Guard. We heard sounds from the woods on the left side up ahead. The Originium zone sensor went off when we got close, so he couldn't be sure of exactly what it was. Send word to the rest of the team. We'll go around. Oh shit, it's John Wick. Roger. Percival. I'll come along with a few guys. Don't want you to trip again. There's an unsettling smell in the air. The instruments show a high level of active originium. Not a good sign. Remember your protective measures. Keep your masks on. Was that a man under the tree? No, that's a Victorian uniform, ripped almost beyond recognition, but somehow familiar. A sergeant's badge lies on the ground next to it. Oh, it's the sergeant. A tiny music box sits a short distance away, covered in originium dust, but still barely playing. Infected confirmed dead. We should leave. Percival walks slowly, humming along with the scattered music. Do you know this song, Guard? No, but I've heard it before. The sun on the meadow is summery warm, filling our home with euphoria. We gather together to greet the storm. Tomorrow belongs to Victoria. The Victorian national anthem. Our teacher made us sing it over and over, until we had memorized it when I was little, before I got sick. It's been a long time since I last heard it. I was born in Victoria. By all accounts, I should be Victorian. But what about it now? The sergeant believed he belonged to Victoria to the very end. He was lucky. He didn't get to go through everything he would have gone through. The reason I called myself a union. I was tired of being punched, being thrown out of factories before I got paid, being kept out of the cheapest hostel rooms, no matter how much money I had on me. And don't know if that command works. The reunion movement showed me another path, besides suffering and dying in silence. That was all I needed. Even if the price was abandoning my family, my country, and everything else I had. In fact, I had lost all of it the moment the first crystal popped through my skin. But it took me a long time to get it. Oh, shenanigans. I haven't changed anything. But I noticed that lately it hasn't worked, so... Donos, Ursine, Colombian, Victorian, Sarkaz, Feline, Liberty. Earl of Reunion. If we have to cross every battlefront, every war zone, every corpse-laden ruin, in order for our deaths to be seen and heard, then we'll cross them.
あなたが与えてくださった試練を乗り越えましたよ。ご覧いただけましたか?
Alright. We're on to test Hodor, alright? Let's do a practice run with Yay! Don't know if I'm a real follower or a fake. Oh. I don't even know what his skill does. Jeez. He assumes 100 HP per second, deals 200 true damage per second to enemies that have either attacked or been attacked by this unit. Attack range +1, max HP plus 60%, attack up. Okay, each attack restores HP and has a chance to stun targets for 5 seconds. Attack increases to 110% when attacking an enemy if the target is stunned or bound. Attack further increases to 140%. Sanctuary to self and allied units directly behind this unit. 2 block. Ah, okay. And he attacks all blocked enemies. That screaming doesn't refresh for a sec. No worries. I'll definitely try to pair with Enos or W. It's the slow and stun. Yeah. Does the slow work? Not stun and bind. Only stun and bind, eh? Show. How do we do this? Alright.
近くでお散歩しようと思ってるんだけど、ご一緒しない?
The triple threat team. Triple threat team? Yeah, I guess we can do that. We can test it out. Right, let's go. Penance out, Cunningly out, Calci out, Silence. I might. Yeah. I'll bring Silence. Just in case. You never know. And we bring Enos is in the party. Yes. We're gonna bring W because we can. Dorothy lobby. Yeah, I really like the skin. So I bought the Dorothy skin. I'm contemplating whether I want Fear's skin, but I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Minus 72. Minus 72 primes. What skins did you buy, man? You know what else though? I also really wanted the Whispering skin. I didn't buy it, but I wanted it. I want it. I didn't buy it.
支援の
The
仕事だけじゃなく
Whispering skins look so
戦
good,
術
man.
立案の一部も任せてくれていいよ。
Yeah, Dorothy, Whispering, all four of them. Damn, son. Honestly, though, that Whispering skin looks so good. It's so pretty. It's so good. I already have her other skin.
今の私はロドスのオペレーターに過ぎない。あなたの指揮に従う。
Alright. Then what? I guess.
他の人と
It
一緒
doesn't.
に戦う
Oh,
の。
bagpipe. Yeah, that's what.
戦いの相手は誰？
気をつけ。
And we bring Hodora. Test. There's more in 2 weeks. Virtuoso event skin is so high quality in its fight because I don't have. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem too. Hey.
みんな助けに来たよ。みんなこっち来て。
影が揺れてるわ。恐怖隠せないわ。すぐに解決いたしますわ。足元を見ています。
Did I? Ah, man. I thought I brought Aya. I didn't. Okay. I mean, that's fine. We don't need Aya.
私もそう思ってた。
どうすればいいかくらいわかるわ。私に命令しないで。
慣れ親しんだ戦場だ。
リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。
ご命令の通り。
いいチャンスだ。もういい。終わりにしよう。
絶好のチャンスだ。
I don't have a medic. I hope he doesn't die. Fuck Ben.
どの戦いも楽しむべきよ。
自然の価値を乱してはならない。
恐怖隠せない。
みんなこっち来て。
あまり待たせない。
こっそりどこかに行っちゃうかもね。どれもサプライズ付きだから好きに選んでね。
自分のための戦いを。
I think it's gonna get hit. Yeah, he's gonna get hit. Let's activate this.
本気で行くよ。どれもサプライズ付きだから好きに選んでね。
He didn't die.
どうぞ続けて。
3つ数える間に投稿のチャンス。自然の活理を乱してはならない。
いいチャンスだ。
どれもサプ
ゾウがお前の視野を奪う。自ら下した決断を疑うな。
Each attack restores HP. Okay. Has a big HP pool. Yeah, he has a big HP pool. That means that he needs a lot of heal though, right? Ooh, that's a lot. Yeah, right? Ooh. That's nearly 10k HP. Damn.
大地こそが我が友。 大地こそが我が友。
こ
I guess he works pretty well against mobs.
あなたの見事な指揮あってこその勝利だ。私もまだまだだな。
It's pretty okay. I don't know. Let me just look at his kit again. So he loses HP when he uses his skill. But he deals true damage per second to enemies that either attacked or been attacked by his unit. Okay. Per second. So that's on a timer. 70-second duration, 50 seconds charge. Okay. And each attack has a chance to stun. I suppose so. And he gives himself Sanctuary, the allied unit directly behind him. Who attacks all blocked enemies. Yeah, this is kind of good in this event because of that. Yeah, that's alright. Till the dust settles, no one can catch their breath. On battle, Saka's Hairbearer ASVs provide a larger attack bonus to reborn creations. What's the map? Get rid of all the pests. Is that assault vehicles? The fucking cars? Yeah, I remember there's those fucking cars that provide buffs to like the mobs. Where are the cars gonna be though? Because it doesn't say cannon. Ah, yeah, you're right. Okay, it doesn't say cannon. Okay, you're right. So where do we think those cars are gonna be? Probably here, right? It's either here or it's here. Maybe here. I don't know. This is definitely no camping strategy though. Camp. Good luck. That's kind of annoying. Is to the lane block. I know how to clear waves. Typhon and Rosa to clear off those guys. This should work fine. Guys, I'll join chapter 13 after I finish 12-7. You've got Aya Alta now. Things should be a lot easier for you. Endless reports. An avalanche of intel has flooded this lonely battleship ever since it left Norport. There are signs of trouble from Lethanian to the east, Sargon to the southwest, Sharag to the west, while everything remains silent in the south. I don't know, what do you guys think of Kurdo's kit? Sorry, bit of a tangent from the story, but like, yeah, because I was just thinking about it. It seems pretty okay to me, but like if anything, it's the true damage per second that seems kind of cool. That's the thing that seems kind of cool. But the skill, the SP charge and the uptime's nice, but the amount of charge, oh, it takes a while. And his range is a bit, yeah. The messages are suffocating, eating away at my nerves. My mother seems utterly unmoved, impassively issuing order after order. But even she cannot resist a frown when she reads the congratulations from her fellow dukes. His average archetype trait doesn't help either. That's kind of what I felt as well. But it's the true damage is interesting. This is her life. She is here, and so this is my Lin carding. Well, I suppose it's only 200 per second. I don't know if that's a lot. I am home. So if it's 200 per second, Minor probably does the same thing, right? You said it perfectly earlier. You said it's perfect for this chapter just because of the pest spawns. Yeah. Focus, Delphine. Listen to the reports. This is no time to let your mind wander. She adjusts the position of her eye patch. Is it to hide the wrinkles? The weather here is very different from Lin carding. It's suppressed, heavy, the gloom of rain and fog, ever present. I just want to... What are you gazing at so absent-mindedly, Delphine? Nothing, Mother. It's just... I don't get to see Londinium from this angle very often. I know how you look when your mind is wandering. Are you bored by the chatters from the rear? Alright, I'm just thinking about non-Popora. Sorry, I didn't expect the situation on Londinium to deteriorate so much, so quickly. Should have arranged for your evacuation sooner. We had compiled reports on everything that went on in Londinium, but we weren't able to bring them. We should be the ones apologizing. That's alright. A few little troubles don't mean much to the big picture. Perhaps the Duke of Custer should be held responsible for most of them. I know. Let's hope a messenger isn't making things too difficult for her right now. Was it Delphine that was injured in the last chapter? Or was it someone else? I can't remember who. I think it was Delphine. They were like injured and left behind. But the value of that intel is to subsequent operations. She's from the last chapter. Yeah, I remember her character from the last chapter, but I can't remember if she was one that was injured and left behind. Because there was a point where someone was injured and they basically split from the party. Okay, so it wasn't Delphine. Then who was it? I can't fucking remember. But the value of that intel to subsequent operations pales in comparison to your value, Delphine. Relax. I'm here. An ironclad Galvey is nearby. Everything will be right again once we return to the city. We'll restore Londinium and Victoria. Of course. Mother, I thought I would die down there. I wouldn't let that happen to my daughter. You've done well. You have the patience and attention to detail of your father. But you don't have to be the one to do all that work. You're my heir, and your place is out in Cardane. A standoff with Lithanian can be trying. You'll need to get used to those matters. Plus, I could use someone to talk to. I thought I could do better. Sorry. There are many things that a Duke of Windermere must worry about, for which she needs nerves of steel. But that's not your burden. Not yet. You can rely on your mother at least, until she's too old to walk. I understand. Thank you, Mother. We'll be home in another 4 or 5 hours. I've arranged for all the stuff you left behind at the old house to be set up. Your pajamas, your pillow, your bed, your bathtub. That's all stuff from before I came to Londinium. It's not like you're any taller. I have some nice things for you as well. I'll keep this a secret for now. Get a good night's sleep once we're back. Don't get complacent. We have a lot to do. What is it? I was in Londinium a long time, wasn't I? I had many friends, outstanding friends, from whom I'd had a lot to learn. We lived in a city in disorder, chewing up and swallowing the lives we once had. They believed in our cause. I was proud of it. Then, things changed. One agent of her or other disappeared, and the Sarkas took the city. I was on my own. I had to live with more common people. For the first time I learned about how they lived. and how they viewed Victoria. Most of them are dead now. Those who still live huddle in the bowels of the ship, waiting for you to decide their fate. 100 meters beneath my pajamas, bed, and bathtub. I'm really grateful, really. But is it all because... She does not let me finish. She puts her hand on my head without patting it, but I know this is our way of showing affection. You did well, my daughter. You exceeded my expectations. Go and see the troops below. It'll do you good to talk with them. With that, her grace departs. She is always swift and decisive. I have no chance to say any more. I scratch my head slightly, my slightly untidy head. Mother! We can talk later. You shouldn't have come here yourself. The words that came out of my mouth surprised me. Was it not because of my call for help that she came? How could I say that? It's too risky. We can't fully trust the Lithanians, or you don't know what the Sarkaz are planning next. We've fallen behind on intel. She dismisses me with a wave, perhaps telling me not to think too much about it. Her silhouette remains sharp, making me feel like I'm worrying too much, and that she can take handle it all. He's right. I'm not much taller at all. How long will our food last? I don't think this warship was prepared to take on so many refugees. Can't just leave them to fend for themselves. Mrs. Ernil grabbed my hand just now. She didn't say nothing. All she did was look at me. I can't take it anymore. Let's find Delphine. Calm down, Hannah. We're on someone else's ship. We gotta keep them company. The old timers will feel better with a familiar face around. I'll stay with you. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'll talk to the quartermaster. Some food will make it to those who need it most. That's the best I can do. Thank you, Delphine. And thanks to Duke Windermere. Part of me hopes that Mother really wants to help those poor people out of the kindness of her heart, but... I know. It's because of me, or should I say, because of who I am. It's fine. As long as it helps the people who fled with us. We have adapted quickly, Vina. The time when we could do as we pleased has passed, Delphine. Many souls on this ship are counting on me. I have a responsibility to them, both as Vina and as the siege. Lots of people are looking at us. I can tell Vina is busy. This ship is one of the biggest in the Victorian ships of the line, but it was never designed to evacuate civilians, certainly not this many. The people on Norport are squeezed into holds meant to store ammunition and weapons, trying their best to find a clean place to sit down. This is not the best accommodation, even if the most dangerous weapons have been removed. We and his gang are doing their best to maintain order. The refugees whisper about her amongst themselves. The officers on the ship pay no heed. Nor does Vina respond to their calls of Your Majesty or Your Royal Highness. Regardless, she has become the heart and soul of this place. Perhaps the civilians don't even realize themselves, but the reason they trust Vina is not so much because of her status, but because she is the only one they can rely on in this unfamiliar environment. Out goes the wall. The number of reports coming in is unreal. Too many variables to keep track of. The Duke of Wellington's offensive is unsteady, and our own defensive lines are being pressed. We should have an overwhelming advantage in terms of forces, even if the Dukes have yet to commit their full strength. We are facing a foe beyond the scope of modern military theory. The Naxx are a king. The only thing we know about him comes from sparse records of ancient times. It has been too long since Victoria, and Itara as a whole, last faced a real Sarkaz army. What chain reaction will their witchcraft produce? Are they really as primitive and backwards as their records say? What force have the various Sarkaz branches come together to form, where we can't see them? Why do they stand together? I don't need to worry too much though. Mother, Duke Windermere, and Duke Wellington will conduct this war together. The Duke of Castar has also publicly declared our allegiance. The stalemate will not last long. Once we return to ironclad Galve, both supplies and support will. Whoa! What was that? Looks like we're passing through a canyon. A good thing. Means we're about to leave the battlefield. A canyon. I feel even less at ease. I know where Mother's confidence comes from. This ship is defended by Windermere's pride, her sword gods. If the Sarkas think this is merely a reckless act by the Duke of Windermere, they'll find themselves on the receiving end of blades that have been honed since the War of Four Emperors. But do we truly know the Sarkas? Is the ship slowing down, Siege? I think so. And the weather outside. Say, what time is it? How long has it been since we left Norport? A few hours, I think. Is this just an ordinary canyon? Yes, nothing remarkable besides some abandoned factories. Abandoned factories. Yes, this place has been abandoned since before Londinium fell into chaos. Because of catastrophe. The massive crystal formations that catastrophe left behind. Be careful. Hey, I'm talking to you. Something's not right. There's a different smell in the air. I look around instinctively. All the elite soldiers on the hold are gone. This is not right. Get away from him, Hannah. Siege pulls her back before I can. I see the soldier smiling at me. Look out! It's too late. Blood seeps from the gaps in the ceiling, dripping into the infiltrator's eyes. Drip. Merge. Spread. Blood? Where did this blood come from? Look out! Siege pushes me away. An instant later, a blood mist bursts where I stood. Soon the entire hold is engulfed in crimson. Blood mist? Sarkaz witchcraft. Too many civilians here. Morgan, Dagda, Indra. The four of them exchange glances and take up positions around the frightened crowd. The emotions in the crowd ranges from shock to panic. Some in the corners begin to scream, without even seeing exactly what happened. Go down! The stairs are to the north. Lady Delphine. Are you the ship's doctor? We're under attack by witchcraft. The ship's casters can't decipher it yet. The Duke and... Yeah, how did they... Look out! A claw slaps away the sword that was inches from his throat. The blood mist disperses and reconverges, taking a gooey, wet form. Sarkaz emerges from the bloody shadow. Confessarius, the vampire's witchcraft has taken hold. I know that outfit, that skull mask. The size of kings wants one variable to eliminate. Cause chaos and eliminate the outblood. Hesitate not to spill your own blood. Oh. You were part of the siege of the Knights of the Tower. Careful! I've gotcha! You will die here with your king, Victorian. Damn confessors. Do it. Shining! Help us! Mother is on deck, but we still have civilians and our people below. Delphine, your left! Ugh. Careful. Sorry, thanks. There are many of them. We can pin them down. The reinforced compartment is one bulkhead away. Get the civilians there. There is something more important that you must do. Those people came with me. I promised to protect them. Duke Windermere likely doesn't know how bad things are below. Go and inform her. I'll hold out until your reinforcements arrive. But this suits us better. You have a formal command instruction. There's no way to integrate us quickly. Oh my god, skills upgrades in arts battle. Okay. Vina. Go! Damn, you got a hard head. Almost made my hand go numb. So be it. The size of kings will be spoils enough. Surround the Aslan. Get ready for a brawl, mate. For an instant, I wish I was with them. Like when I first joined Slobber Knocker Gym. When I went from being alone to being in a community. Kador and Baird. Ah, it was Baird! Ah, I remember that name, yeah. We stood together. This ends now. The swing of the hammer compresses the air in the passage. It roars. Tiny drops of liquid fall on my face. My vision blurs. Delphine! A shadow draws near. Delphine! Mother? I try to wipe my eyes. I see another pair of eyes right there in front of me. Red flows from their sockets. Delphine, go no further. You're hurt. You'll only be in the way. Same for me. Kill me before whatever this is consumes me. The sword guards and her grace will kill the Sarkaz. Do not put yourself in danger, Delphine. No. I don't even feel the pain anymore. Free me, then stop. I draw my sword. She is still conscious. I should not do this to her, but I see the relief in her eyes. She grabs my sword, sending it into her own body. I'm trembling. I can't see clearly. Lady Delphine, you must live. Thank you for freeing me. I look down and see the red eyes. She gives up breathing, smiling to the end. This is Sarkaz. Mother. My feet cannot move. Worry, unease, and fear grip them. The lights go out. The only light comes from above deck. There is only silence amongst the bodies. Rain solidifies as it falls. Flowing backwards, evaporating, converging. A red-black sun rises into the sky, obscuring its white counterpart. He's the fucking vampire again. A bloodless complexion emerges from the black sun, not a speck of blood on it. He descends from the black sun. I avert my gaze. Am I afraid? How shameful. Should not have dodged. The paleness of your face would have contrasted well with the blood drops. They would have painted a picture of beautiful despair. Leeches can't stop playing with blood, I see. Nothing has changed with you people, even after all these centuries. Rain begins to fall again. Drip, drop. Look, it's a good day to die. Your Grace, this attack was planned. As expected. For a sovereign of the Sarkaz to pay a personal visit though. All well and good, I suppose. The battle below is not going well. The officers are organizing the defense. No matter. This one is our only threat. Mother, the Duke of Windermere points her sword towards the invading Sarkaz leader. It was a cake. I cannot see the expression on her face, but I know this is not the mother I know so well. The soldier was right. I would only be in the way. I've long had enough of Lathanian spire arts. I wonder what the spine of a vampire looks like. You're a strong Victorian. You don't think you'll shrink back. But your blood will betray you. The Creator built a bridge of life for humanity, and I stand above that bridge. any worse than those Spire madmen. A blue blade cuts through the rain of blood. A tiny drop of rain cuts open Mother's cheek. Was it the red rain, or blood seeping out? I could not see. There is no change in Mother's expression, but have I ever seen her get hurt before? Poor fool. Still clinging to dreams and fantasies. Guess why your battleship fell from within? Focus on the mission at hand, soldiers. Ready. Roger. Your duty is to kill the enemies of Windermere, not protect the life of Windermere. Do all you can to weaken the Sarkaz. Victoria will take back what is hers. The vampire's movements start to slow. No, the sword guards are too fast. I've received formal military training. I did not go to Londinium unprepared. But here and now, I realize the weight of the words Duke of Windermere. My mother never let her daughters see the kinds of battlefields that she knew. Not bad, not bad. You aren't a Duke of Victoria for nothing. How many Sarkaz have you eaten? I don't have any such disgusting habits. No. You and your ancestors revealed in war from Casimir's to Lathenian. A Duke of Windermere once had an army of Sarkaz in the War of Four Nations, which engulfed most of the land. How did you or your ancestor use them? Parlor tricks, the theft of witchcraft, a favorite in Naxara. The blood and flesh of Sarkaz spreads across the battlefield, becoming yet another bulwark for your glorious armada. You ate them up, right? Are you after revenge, Sarkaz? Of course. How dare you trifle with the methods of my creation, the property of the Crimson Court? Being strengthened by the blood of the fallen? No. It is no longer bodily fluids, but a part of the curse. Prepare counterarts. Stay calm. Take a deep breath. My throat is coarse. I cannot speak. I try to gasp for air, but the smell of blood is all there is. Vampire and Confessarius. This is Mother's flagship. Lincardine's most experienced commanders, bravest sailors, and the most steadfast warriors are gathered here. Mother once told me that war is not about heroes, about charging into danger. A commander must see the whole battlefield in order to see the way to victory. Confefe. But I realize why this ship sailed deep behind enemy lines without support. Because of me. No. This is no time for self-flagellation. I have to do something. If there is no place on Mother's battlefield for me, someone must bring order. One of the kings of Sarkaz courts here, but would they really attack us so recklessly? My espionage background tells me that something is missing from this puzzle. I have to do something. Think. Would it be? No. Odds that could teleport an entire army of are unheard of. Our ship fell from within. I know this feeling. Amatsi. Fucking Amatsi again. I encountered him personally when leaving Norport. I had heard about this terrible king of the Sarkaz court from Amia, but he was defeated. How could he? Still, this is the most likely answer. There are two kings of the Sarkaz court in this ship. A truly terrifying conclusion. But what about the vampire? Why didn't he go straight to his target, if he could use his witchcraft on the officers? Attacking secondary targets with witchcraft, then creating disorder with assassins. That's too inefficient. But the Sarkaz fighting with Mother. The Damazi. Did he simply infiltrate us by taking the face of a Victorian? If... Damn it! Mother! Delphine, stay back! That one's fake. The sword guard's weapons impale the vampire. The light of the arts penetrate the Sarkaz's twisted visage. The arts of the sword guards of Windermere, passed down from generation to generation, are simple but brutally effective. Mother quickly sets her sights back on the target. I draw my sword. The sword guards do not hear my cry, but Mother is ready. The vampire laughs. The massive blood arts explode before it can be cast. Gust of wind sweeps through the sticky air, blowing away the sanguine rain wind. Death falls silent. True terror begins to spread, slowly but surely. Blood converges upon the hands of the silhouette, forming a crystal. Then, the other, the true. Enough. I don't enjoy seeing another wear on my face. The sword guards pull back instantly. Even so, two of them are late by an eyelash, and their flesh takes incomprehensible form in a split second. I can feel my sword hand trembling, my throat seizing up. This is a battle beyond my comprehension. A little girl saw through your disguise. You're losing your touch, Damati. The previous you would have been more convincing. You're still alive! Fuck you! Is that so? These arts are merely a poor imitation of by the confessors. Foul, uncouth, vulgar killing. He looks towards me, then towards Mother. I'm trembling. Delphine. Yes! Good job seeing through the trick. All the sword guards would have been lost. But there's nothing more you can do here now. The escort fleet is approaching. We must ensure that communication with the fleet is maintained. The communications tower. It's behind the deck. The enemy is few in number. Go. I'm counting on you. She pats my shoulder with her injured hand. Only then do I notice that she has many more scars on her than I remembered. Understood. I turn around and run for the communications tower. Pride overcame fear in that instant. Walter said, I'm counting on you. I see the confessori trying to blow up the communications tower, and our soldiers still resisting. Thank goodness, the communications tower hasn't fallen yet. The ship's slowing down? It's the engines! They're attacking the engines room! Damn it! Grab my hand! Don't look back! Get up! Thank you. Lady Delphine. We must regroup and counterattack. Reinforcements are on the way. Listen up, men. Dust clouds in the distance. Help is on the way. Their plan has failed so easily? I turn around. The front of the deck has been completely engulfed in red fog, and only the flashing of sword and vampiric arts to penetrate it. Why do I feel so uneasy? Hi. Delphine, look out! A pair of eyes peer at me, and the infinite raindrops, in the reflection of blood in the deck. The vampire's hand brushes my neck. Why? Is he not fighting Mother? Vina tries to push me away, but it's too late. My sword. I still have my sword. I am her daughter. She is counting on me. Blood-woven crimson witchcraft vanishes into thin air. You alright? I'm fine. It's all in my head. Your troops are holding back the enemy down below, so I've come up to help. The bad news is that we found traces of the Damati down there. We know. The Sanguinarch and Damati are attacking together. No, wait. That attack was not a Damati feint. It was true blue vampiric witchcraft. If the King of the Sark has caught, I intended to kill me. There's no reason I should still be alive. It was not my own strength that allowed me to resist. He had other plans. There's no doubt about that. Once again, I looked towards the sword guards. The swords are still flashing. I can faintly see their silhouettes converging. Something's not right. They are falling, one by one. They are backing up? This is not right. Where's Mother? Delphine, where are you going? Dreadful. The scent of blood has changed. The Confessarius has succeeded, as has the Sanguinarch. Pull back. Those unable to do so, drive your daggers into your hearts on my command. You. These guys are like a fucking assassination cult or something, man. Impossible. Even if the fight against the fake vampire had taken its toll, Mother and her sword guards could not have fallen so easily. I know the legends of Windermere's sword, which no wall could stop. The blade of light that struck down the vampires. One of Victoria's sharpest swords. I grew up listening to them. Why? How? I charge into the fog of blood, hearing only my accelerating heartbeat. Finally, I spy a figure. You have lost all sensation in your arms. Your guards are routed. How do you feel now? Darkaz. He caught you. An instant of weakness, of disorder. Why? You do not understand. You find it regrettable. It is finished. Let this great warrior savor the fading of life. Leaving. I have no interest in the inconsequential deaths that remain. One glance from that devil is enough to freeze my blood, when he does not kill me. This blood is penny a gallon. What are you after? We are unsure. The age of shame is coming to an end. Are you hurt? It does not matter. He disappears into the blood. You. There you are. The one who saw through us. He said we were losing our touch. How convincing was the last one? Is this good enough? Don't you dare wear her face! He smiles at me with Mother's face. We must try. Then, with an identical sword, Mother's sword, he impales his own chest. Sarkaz! My fury, I try to charge, but my body refuses to move. I'll do better next time. He whispers in my ear, wearing my own face. Mother's sword is still in his chest. In my chest. He falls, then familiar blood witchcraft covers him, consuming him. Still the blood boils and evaporates. It is as though nothing had ever happened. All I can do is pick up Mother's sword. I catch sight of Mother. Sound of fighting has stopped. The wind has calmed. The ship has stopped. I see blue hair on the ground. Mother is bleeding. Delphine. I can't see very well. Have they retreated? They're gone. Mother. I'll call for the doctors. You'll be fine. You're the Duke of Windermere. You're my mother. Wait here, I couldn't beat him. I can't believe it. Don't go, Delphine. Don't go. Let me look at you. Mother's body grows cold in my arms. I dare not let go. The sound of Mother's heartbeat fades further and further away. Don't cry. Fuck you right up right now. Good luck. I'm not crying, Mother. I saw you swing your sword, Delphine. Very good. You had injured your hand, your grip. It was never right. I was too hasty. Mother, don't say any more. Mother gazes towards the horizon. Is that the direction of Londinium? Her eyes have always lain upon Victoria. I remember the direction your father left in. We had a surprise for you, one that we prepared long ago. Mother, Delphine, you. I thought you would be taller. The clothes will be a bit loose. Just calm down, Delphine. You're here for entertainment, not for feels. Well, too bad. The rain stops. We go into battle now? Alright. How do I do this? How do I do this? Oh, fuck, okay. This side I have to do it as well. That's right. Ooh, I kind of forgot. She sure was raising a few death flags there. Ah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think do this like that. Oh, it's over there. What the fuck? All right.
私のまさか故障？獲物はどれですね？
How do I hit this piece of shit? I cannot. Well, you know what? Yeah. Mina, you do it.
りんごちゃん、今日もよろしくね。どっちが獲物か、ここで分からせてやる。進め。
This fucker.
待機中。
あれがターン。はっ。ようやく私の出番。誰を餌にするか決まった。
先輩どうか別の地をさらう石を一手でしまえ。決断を下す時がないのか。この世崩すにして
ああ、今でもあの嘆きが聞こえる。
ご命令の気をつけなさい。この海流は脆弱な命を飲み込みますよ。準備はとレンズン。
So no new event till the 26th, but another stream on the 25th. It's gonna be a hectic week next week. It's like China's next week. Okay. So no new unit this week. Okay, but Waki rate up. Oh yeah, that's a hard one. I think you need Waki though, but you don't have what do you call it? You don't have Sharo, so you try to present a picture of calm. The crowd is running. There are screams everywhere. They have hardly awakened from the last nightmare before they are put into another great escape. You brace yourself against the wall. Someone ran into you, hard. Someone pretty damn strong. It all happened so quickly that you had no time to plan. You had expected the worst the moment you failed to stop the first drop of blood from seeping into that curious citizen. Even worse is that you and Amiya have been separated by a stampeding crowd. It has been a long time since you last felt alone. The screams drown out your voice. Nobody's listening to your commands. Out of my way! Out of my way! The monsters are coming! Get out of my way! Get away! There's blood on you! Like there's monsters! Your operators. They are just ordinary people. Reason is a luxury in the face of death. Doctor! Doctor, I'm here. Grab my hand. You finally hear a familiar voice. Amiya! Amiya tries to force her way through the panicking crowd and reaches out her hand. Grab my hand, Doctor. You know that you are the one whom Amiya cares most deeply about, always. You do not want to disappoint her. You penetrate the crowd and extend your hand with all your strength. You're not Amiya. You realize who it is standing before you, a moment before your hands touch. Damatsu. Why? What should the King of Sarkaz look like? I heard Logo's bone whistle. The myriad souls still reject us. However, a change has occurred. A part of us has left us. We must make a choice. We cannot remain stagnant. Fuck you, Damati! Go away! The Damati approaches you, one step at a time. You can feel that the one-time king of the Sarkaz court has changed. He is no longer an idle observer. He has begun moving forward. Doctor! King of Sarkaz. I tried to imitate you, but I failed. I knew Damati. Is this your choice? To formally stand against us? We simply decided to try. We will learn our meaning in battle against you, King of Sarkaz. Where does our path lead? Once, I asked the previous Damati what I should do. He said I must overcome all the doubt and hesitation. If you still call me the King of Sarkaz after being reborn, then go find the answer yourself. You won't get it from me. She is always at your side, smiling. It almost makes you forget that she is the true King of Sarkaz. Dark arts rumble. You find Armia's presence downright imposing. But still, you feel uneasy. Instincts tell you that this was no ordinary attack. In just a short period of time, you have learned that the Duke of Windermere, defender of the frontiers, is no pushover. She had her flagship break off from the fleet in order to save her daughter. This was an opportunity. But the rest of the fleet was not so far away. The tactical advantage in attacking a ducal vessel is limited. Unless this was a decapitation operation. No, killing a duke only makes her men angrier. There is more to Therese's plan. Plus, this ship is home to more than just the Duke's elite guards. You and your friends are here. The King of Sarkaz is here. Suddenly, a pang of intense pain dazes you. Oh, did I hurt you? That Ascalon woman is so annoying. Is she so persistent with everyone? Doctor! Armia disengages from her battle with the Damati and runs towards you. Arts converge on her fingertips, and her crown appears above her head. Look out, Armia! You're the one they're after! The black arts are shattered, and the black crown gone. Armia's arts disintegrate in an instant, as though they had never existed. How could this be? It is the power of the King of Sarkaz. How? I have long waited to rummage in your emotions and memories, little king. I thought that the Revenant would cause you some difficulty, but you seem to be in better condition than I expected. Cultus, no, Chimera. You are no Teresa. An eerie dark halo envelops Armia. She tries to break through, but the Confessarius' cage does not budge. The cage grows smaller. You look for someone who can help, a way to break Armia free. The Confessarius guards block any eyes that dare gaze upon this place. The enemy is more prepared than you thought. Let go of me! You had the fortune of to be conferred to the crown. Do you truly understand your power? We have studied the King of Sarkaz for thousands of years. Armia's struggle grows feeble. The ancient Bane arts strain her strength. Her knees buckle as she falls to the ground. She lifts her hand, but not a ripple of arts answer. As for you, you feel the chilling gaze scanning you. Your heart is beating so fast, it threatens to escape your chest. Anger and despair. Death extends its tendrils towards you. You clench your fist. Get away from Doctor! Oh, still mustering the power of the King of Sarkaz, even when surrounded by Confessarius witchcraft. I'm starting to miss Liz. Well, this is a benefit to our experiments. I'll spare the Doctor's life, for now, and teach you to leverage your emotions. But I must make sure you behave before handing you over to the leader. Great, Damati. That nasty woman is coming. May I count on you to deal with the rest? Very well. Maybe she will temper us. You see Ascalon sprinting towards you. Countless Confessarius guards stand in her way. They fall without a sound, and the figures of the Countess Damati once again bury her. The Confessarius with blue hair lifts Amia in her arms. The whole structure around you shatters. A staircase of earth and stone rises, and the wall of the canyon outside opens its gaping maw. You have seen arts like this before, but she is no gargoyle. Doctor. Amia! They walk. The stone bridge trembles and shatters, and the cracks on the wall heal. Ascalon tries to free herself from the Damati tide, but the expressionless fragments seem endless. Doctor, stay where you are. The most important thing is... The Confessarius and Amia grow distant. You have heard it many times from many people. You are not built for fighting. So weak you could not even complete the beginner course for training operators. Kelsey wanted you to stay in the rear, giving orders in safety. But Kelsey, equally thin and frail, stood before the Teresis. You can still see the gaping wound when you close your eyes. You should wait where you are. Ascalon needs time. You can work on a rescue plan once the battle is concluded. A commander should learn to recognize when the situation is untenable. But your ears ring. Amia is your partner, your family. Your sense and sensibility, your past and memories all cry out. Smiles, the tears, the hard times, the brief joy. The whole breach is right beside you. The stone staircase is starting to fall apart. You put a numb foot forward. Let Amia go! You leap before the bridge shatters completely. You run like you never have before, as the ground falls out from beneath where you just tread. Your view is obscured by the white vapors that you exhale. Your whole body trembles. You've never so lamented the frailness of your physique. It is not far. You can catch them. You can... There's no time to think. The hole is within reach, but the ever-shifting rock wall could close up on it at any time. A few steps further. You muster all the speed you have. The next instant, you find yourself falling in infinite darkness. How much time has passed? With your portable light, you see that countless hands have emerged from the ground, pulling at the passage, sewing it shut. The space continues to contract, pressing on you. You do not know how far you must go, but you must not stop. Down, down, down. Your lungs sting. A light in the distance is your only hope. Escaping the contracting hole, you find yourself hanging from an upside-down statue. From its eyes seep water falling from above, gleaming an eerie red in the light of magma. Where is this place? What are these statues? You recognize the statues as Jal. The gargoyle shoulders the roof of the cave, feet burning in the magma. The banshee curls up in the wilted thorns, bone whistle in hand. The Wendigo tries to tear the rock wall apart with twisted hands, frightful visage roaring beneath the mask. The withered vampire extends a hand from the lava. A creature of unknown race holds its head in its hands, stone columns running through its eyes. Statues of the Sarkaz races? You're a tough doctor, I respect that. You feel a heavy blow and a pair of baleful eyes. Awake? How did you follow me with that feeble constitution of yours? I examined your body but found nothing. Well, not exactly nothing. Your structure is unusual, different from all the samples I've seen. I would very much like to study you. In great detail. Unfortunately, this place has been abandoned a long time, and the equipment is far from adequate. It will not do to damage such a precious sample. Perhaps I could bring you back to Londinium, but Teresa seems to pay particular attention to you. Amia. You look towards Amia. Her consciousness seems hazy. Black hearts seep out from her, then fade into thin air the next instant. Her brow twitches in pain. She is not in good shape. You have rarely seen this expression on that brave child's face, ever since you met in Chernobog. Look, Doctor. What is she looking at? She's trembling. What did you do to her? The King of Sarkaz grants the Promised Land. That little bunny simply got a taste of her own power. What do you want? We could talk about it. Meaningless negotiation. Painfully amusing, the way you hopelessly grasp at straws. No operators at your side, nothing for you to command. Even the King of Sarkaz whom you served, is leaving you. What can you do? He draws closer. You tighten the hand hidden behind your back. All you have is a sharp rock that you happen to pick up on the chaos. Your reason tells you that this is useless. Perhaps you would have had a speck of hope if you were Blaze, Ascalon, or even Popcar. You feel regret, but even stronger is your determination. The pain in your hand keeps you conscious. Patience. Wait for it to draw closer. Patience! Determination! Let's go! I've asked the Sarkaz the leader many times. Why does power so often end up in the hands of the ordinary? What have these forgotten kings of Sarkaz given us, besides a life of exile and persecution? Will you, Doctor, be one of the causes of another round of suffering? The same questions, but hurting Amia is not the answer. Appreciate your intelligence, but there has never been a shortage of smart people. There is nothing that can compare to this opportunity, what we have pursued for thousands of years. If she can force the crown upon the head of this little bunny, then it can be forced out. You want to steal Amia's crown? Steal? No, this crown is not a ring lying on the battlefield for the taking. You'll never understand. Evil mommy is always good. The blue-haired Confessorius turns towards Amia. This might be your chance. You make the calculations. With your full strength, perhaps. What's this? A rock? You feel your internal organs twitch and convulse. The taste of rust fills your mouth. One little push from the Confessorius, and your right hand loses all sensation. Bones are broken. Wincing at the intense pain, you force yourself to lunge forward, but she lithely dodges. You fall in front of Amia, blocking the blue-haired Confessorius' malicious gaze. How touching, putting yourself in front of her, but meaningless. If you are so obsessed, I have a better way to deal with you. Perhaps that brain beneath the hood holds secrets beneficial to our experiments. There, don't try to resist. Share your memories with me. You can feel the Confessorius' breathing. A numbing sensation filled with the ancient witchcraft moves towards the top of your head. Get out of my head! What? What could possibly repel a Confessorius? The King of Sarkaz? But her mind shouldn't have been shackled. A black vortex rises from behind you. Amia whispers at its center. The black crown trembles with agitation. Amia! The shackles of myriad souls are not so easily broken. She remains amidst the myriad souls. She has chosen to protect you subconsciously. Huh. Wait, that's not all. Her connection with the crown is growing. The crown, remember, souls. Is that Amiya's voice? Do you get a feeling? She is growing more distant by the second, to a place you cannot reach. Hey Bobby, what's up? Yeah, wake up! You try to grab Amiya. The black vortex whirls between you, and a great force tries to push you away. You dig your one good hand into the dirt, dragging the rest of your hide along, towards the girl lying on the ground. Ah, such intense emotions. Looks like Teresa's choice was not entirely one of desperation after all. Just a little further. Why don't we cut straight to the chase then? I hope this won't break your little head. That would be a shame. Confessary left more than statues in this cavern. Sarcasm. In quotes. Amiya! You touch her. Promised. Reject the voice. The black vortex shatters and vanishes. You grab Amiya's hand. Amiya has grown up, but her hands still feel small and frail. Her palm is filled with sweat. You do not know if the Confessarius' curse worked, or if this was a result of Amiya's effort and yours. Blood sprays from the Confessarius' neck. Ascalon walks towards you, casting not another glance at the fallen Confessarius. That was reckless, Doctor. If I didn't run into. Look out! Blood explodes, and a sanguine shockwave sweeps towards you. A figure stands in front of you, arriving in the nick of time. Vampire arts. What have you done to your bloodline? Hard to imagine that you're related to Shining. The amount of grief that your degeneration has caused that fine girl. Lord of the Banshees. I'm impressed. Couldn't have been easy to get here. Logos! The Confessarius puts her hand on her neck wound. The blood that sprayed from it is slowly flowing back. I should have been more careful, knowing that the sitting Lord of Banshees is rather rebellious. You're more dangerous than we expected. Urgent situation. Interrogation out of the question. Kill her and leave. I know. You see Logos' cold expression, and the incantation that obediently emerges from his tongue. Logos is a Lord of Banshees. Huh. But you do not see Salus's fear, anger, any expression you might expect to see on one facing her own death. You see only curiosity. This is the Lord of Banshees? The Elegiac Court. Indeed, these incantations are no less refined than that of your famous mother. But did you know? Such refined runes, refined arts, they are far from the Sarkaz's roots. She is backing up. Behind her, the statue of a banshee towers above. Ascalon! An instant before everything went black, you saw Ascalon grab Amiya, while Logos shielded you. You saw the statue come to life. You saw the Confessarius' eyes narrow, and saw her ring and the death knell first. Flash news. Related people look related. Doctor, we've left the cave. Ascalon is scouting the area. Your right forearm is broken. I made a makeshift splint, but I'm no medic. What about Amiya? Still unconscious. The Confessarius said something to the effect of trapped in the myriad souls, but she's alive, at least. was under a veil. You turn around to see the quarters girl lying peacefully under a tree, as if she is merely sleeping. I can understand Ascalon's objection to your methods. She's concerned for more than just your safety. But it's also true that you bought us some time. The Confessarius and Armia would be behind Londinium's walls by now, if not for your efforts. What of the Confessarius? She got away. Rock and earth, blood, and a wail of the banshee. Is this the Sarkaz that the Confessari want? One so obsessed with the bloodline and witchcraft. Their target is the King of Sarkaz. We must inform Kalsi and Shining. Wait. The vapor around us. This can't be. Careful, Doctor. We may still be inside the enemy's trap. Don't often see that look on your face. This is not Victoria. This is the Confalis of the Banshees. What does Convalis mean? Many people predict Logos cosplay as a female. Let's have a look. Ah, okay. I haven't seen her before. Wood. Okay, we have the cannon. The cannon's back. And 3 tile ban. Lame. Tile bans are lame. I'm going to practice because I want to see the tile ban. Ah, but it'll start story if I click practice right now. Maybe Logos has no follow. Ugh. YOLO, first run is free anyway, search online. It's okay, we'll just go in. This is sus. You know, we're 2.5 hours into the stream and I'm only at 13.4. That's how much reading there's been. Fucking hell, man. Yeah, but 48 sanity. It's so costly game. It's because you're getting double the rewards. That's why. When you eventually read double event, you'll take like 6 streams to finish reading everything. Why is it an event though? Fuck. I hate the fact that it's an event. Like, well, more specifically, I hate the fact that events, stories, like events don't last long enough. You don't really get time to read it. I understand why they're trying to tie it to chapter 14. Honestly, that's probably fine. It's probably, yeah, that's probably fine. I'll just bring the same team. It's probably okay. Probably. Too lazy to push story. I say Logos looks too much like his mama. They're vampires, right? No, they're not. Banshees, I suppose. Maybe some cosplay. Clueless. Honestly, since coming to Victoria, my drafting work has been at a standstill. Back in my mercenary days, I spent most of my free time writing them. One book filled, a new book empty. Really, I have more to write than I physically could. And yet, since joining the military commission, I haven't given these notebooks a flip through in forever by now. I obtained what seemed like a higher position and power. I wasn't directing a squad or two of mercenaries any longer. Now they put the sand table of the whole battlefield before me. I grew more and more sick of what I'd written about. I used to believe the most important test of an archivist's character was loyalty to their accounts. Yet bit by bit, I came to discover these books had turned into echoes of Wave, after an indistinguishable wave, reproductions of scene after scene of the same tragedy. I'd been through this all with my own flesh, felt with all my own soul. Why even make all this vacant language an empty summary out of it? It had enough. A banshee known to be females, how a male a banshee? What? When did it happen again? Remember? Last year in September. Last year when the summer was exceptionally longer. Do you remember? General, the mayor is dead. Your saber still drips with the blood. If only the blades of the military commission and the mercenaries could be as swift. As long as it's a weapon, there's no real difference. I remember the look he gave me in that moment, but I'm still not sure what he really meant by it. News just came from the works. The 14 MPs in a plot to assassinate the regent have been apprehended. And what stance are the other MPs taking? They don't have one. I thought you'd be more direct about your methods. If the military commission requires, I can execute every MP straight away. With our current situation, this will suffice. The airship is still under construction. You need just a little extra patience. Pull your men out. Naxxara's King's legions have arrived. Legion. The voice shakes a little. The Naxxara's Legion. Of all the military powers I'd met in war, the vast majority paled in comparison to that one name. The difference was heaven and earth. When? How? Whatever direction a Kazdal army enters Victoria from, they'd have to pass through major duchies. It wouldn't matter how they conceal themselves. That larger force could never. His Majesty has arrived at Londinium suburbs. 2 reorganized royal court units directly subordinate to him have been stationed outside the city. Understand. I'll order the mercs to withdraw. Probably a sniper. Ascalon being a specialist, I can see why. It kind of makes sense. She's all like stealthy and shit. Kind of like Ethan. That Lieutenant Colonel Luther had his talk with the regent. He and his defense forces will soon be assuming control over all of Londinium's administrative affairs. On the surface, Londinium will enter a state of semi-martial control led by the defense forces, owing to the garrison rebellion. Don't think that fools the Grand Dukes. Their intelligence networks are well developed in the city. They'll definitely start mobilizing for war within the next few months. Makes sense. Sweeper Spec Ops. About Teresa. No fucking clue. I don't even know what she does yet. Caster, probably. Manfred's Defender is just reskinned Honiguma. We could just say everyone's a guard. Everyone's a guard or a specialist. It won't take that long. It's exceedingly likely the quickest army will show up beneath Londinium's walls within 20 days. But no fear. No matter who arrives first, they won't be hasty to act. Any duke that dares march alone will become the common enemy of all, just as in Duke of Windermere's failure of the raid 2 years ago. Everyone holding a sword as a guard, everyone holding a shield as a defender. Everyone holding a staff as a caster. Why? You can smack people with staffs. You can be a guard with a staff. Everyone is a lord, can't be anything else. That's it. Speed warships didn't even succeed in launching from their berths before their men obstructed her. It was ridiculous. The Duke of Windermere. She's clever. She's been warning Parliament since the day the Regent first made contact with Victoria. Cavendish didn't just invite us to enter Londinium on his lonesome. Each and every Duke was hoping to make a military vessel out of the region, and assistant to the thorns in their sides. Understand? The Duke of Windermere is no exception. Behind the guise of the iron-fisted soldier, she obeys the game logic of aristocrats as much as the rest. Sarah is a guard, right? She's punching Justin, or alternative 4. Yeah, she's a guard. She's a brawler guard. She was just the most impatient to place us back in the toolbox. From what I hear, Victoria's legendary steam knights don't exist anymore. You do have a nose for sniffing, Hodora. Not a good quality for a serviceman. Shining's a medic but used to be a sword user. I'm a mercenary, General. The Regent and the Military Commission's scheme was a huge success. Pretty crazy. Somehow the Sarkas have a firm hold of Victoria's capital. Sarah is a specialist, excels in punching just. The Dukes need an easy to cut up army to put down dissidents, and Parliament is desperate for an appropriate defense, to avoid any more action like those two stupid Dukes' adventures. In their eyes, the Sarkas came fresh out of civil war on a silver platter, table ready, disposable. Now, we've taken the industrial sector, leashed Parliament, and even the Shard will be under our control any day now. The Regent's taken Londinium, for real. But we can't shunt this city off. We can stir up conflict, but then what? We end up buried together with Londinium under a coalition of foreign militaries. Remember when you could just blast them off the map with a weedy? Yes. What is the Commission planning? I know I'm being a little too forward, but you draw suspicion of being too obedient. Yet Manfred doesn't even turn to look at me. He's flipping through a book. Untitled. The mercenaries have so many problems, Hodora. Have I given you too much leeway? I only need to know what the goal I'm serving is. The mercenaries I know have all the tastes, inquiring as to the more loose-pocketed employer, or mulling over how to waylay a Sancta caravan. I just have different personal habits. Personal habits. The Military Commission General before me prizes the guys away from the book. I hear his position here isn't just for service rank. I hear his relationship with Theresis is very special. Which means I have to be extra cautious. I dip my head slightly, working to ensure I express enough respect and humility. Is your eye alright? It affects my depth perception in sword combat. I'll get used to it ASAP. I received your interrogation records. The assassin was an Enos woman, a mercenary-like. We sure didn't expect a Sarkas like Enos to get bought out by Parliament, especially for a hit on the Regent. Enos is dead, and you lost an eye for it. You'll receive commendations for the Military Commission. No commendations necessary. Then you'll receive payment in mercenary fashion. After all, you and Enos, and that lunatic with the W call sign, they're an active mercenary unit for quite some time. The old Sarkas of the Scar Market. Their recommendations for you are blinding. Very decisive of you to kill her. That's the only way our mercenary lives. They'll do anything to survive. Even gutting your own colleagues. Even gutting our own colleagues. Then I'm sure one day you'll come to dispatch me, won't you? You asked me just now. What could the Military Commission be planning? It was tied to a pole and was being beaten by her. Our plan is only drawn up to the point war breaks out. As for what follows, that would be their plan to make. This place is the heart of hatred. and it'll be buried by vengeance. Just as you wrote in those booklets, just as every war we've been through. So you were. Never mind that. Carry on writing. You have a heavy mission. Bear that responsibly. Something defeated husband. Now the military commission's duty in Londinium is fulfilled. With a single activation of the shard, the tempest of war will be unstoppable. In which case, what more could Theresis want to do? What more can we do?
Done with your notes?
No, I wasn't writing anything. Just giving this sword another polish. The mercenary claymore. I haven't used this thing in forever.
You're so heartless.
If you want it, you can have it. A present from me to you.
Sword? Low efficiency, zero interest. And you found the time to fix your hair? Can't blame you, I guess. We're not going to have the time for hair gel like you did back in Londinium.
It's just more convenient this way.
You should have kept that outfit. Maybe you could keep acting the Merc leader, treasurer of the army. What's that thing army guys say? It's your calling to serve?
A mercenary's calling is to get paid, not get bereavement. Knock it off and save your spittle, you two. Defense perimeter, scouting radius. This is the opening.
Until they start fighting, yeah. As for now, they're marching. No matter how much the dukes hate each other's guts, this front's gonna be closing sooner or later. You sure your guys gonna pass the position? You can literally see the shard's catastrophe clouds from here.
The catastrophe's landing point is the line of fire between the Duke of Wellington and the Arknights King. Chances are the Iron Duke will retreat his front. W and Enos haven't changed, only hope. Well, W changed from the time in reunion days. Enos is the same. As for Windermere, she probably won't have this spare energy to deploy her own forces until she gets her daughter back inside her nomadic fortress. My guy doesn't have a lot of exit routes from Londinium. Appearance-wise. Ah, okay.
Wait, incoming. The shadow's very fast. It's like
A polygonal yarn ball?
a what?
Their overall shape is polygonal, but highly irregular. It's arts. High chance the naked eye can't follow it, or else she wouldn't make it here. Target confirmed. We can only afford a little rough play. W. I turn back, and she's gone. A second later, deafening explosions. Stir. The scale of the dust cloaks the entire surroundings, but we're not blind to what either a sizable witchcraft vehicle or a bizarre aircraft. As ever, W kicks off without extreme. If we did graze a lich. I brush away the smoke, but surprisingly I feel myself hit something. What is that? A wire? Silk threads, hanging, crisscrossing from the void, then pressing into it again.
Mercenaries? What a coincidence. Come at me then. This is where the strange sensations truly start.
Her figure snaps into formlessness in an instant. Threads swirling and fading. I thrust an arm out with all my strength, but grab at nothing but dust.
Did she run? I told you, you can't blow a lich up with bombs.
No, she's still around. We have to catch her.
Something's not quite right. We never passed by an area like this. Nothing here casts any shadow.
Is it an illusion?
I think there's a bunch of big guys over there, right by the mountain. There's some crazy swords. How do you lift them?
Mountain? Wasn't this a plane? I follow where W's looking. The haze gradually thins, and the scene becomes clear. I gulp. Practically everything about the battlefield leaves my mind. Captain? The ash-bleached city lies ahead. Let us hasten. It will admit us. The children of the soil and stone have built city walls on sorrow's ground. Castor, each syllable is a bitter journey until its own. Where is it? From drapes we have departed, seeking to this day. The age of exile has come to an end.
What are they saying?
It's an ancient Sarkaz dialect. Sorrow's ground, ash-bleached city. I'm having trouble with the rest. I can only guess.
I think they mentioned Kazdor too. Which one?
Diablo Bolska of the Comdernor clan and Kilwan of the Errant Overlord will meet us in our way. Oh, and he is here too. Guldur, the king of Sarkaz. I couldn't know these names better. I could almost recite their legends from memory. The first line of Sarkaz I ever read was from a tale of these people, the epic transcribed time and time again, still handed down in Kazel's psalms to this day.
What these shadows tell of us, is the second Kazdor that could be called a city. After the very first Kazdor was laid to waste by the elders and ancients, there passed over 1,000 years where Kazdor was no more than a tiny helmet, a mass of thatch and wooden fencing. Frail, easily destroyed, it was ravaged by the wills of colonizers again and again, and again and again, until the Sarkaz were sent into exile. Until this moment, where the Sarkaz have once again accumulated strength, once again rebuilt a true city. They left the waste that we now call Columbia and came to the heartlands of Terra, and there they lived, and there they died. And then, a betrayal, another migration east. And before they'd gone far, the blue flames of fury were again betrayed. It seems as if Sarkaz's history were cursed from that moment on. History's waves have rolled on, to this present day, where citadels are incessantly scrapped and rebuilt, and still amble about in arm's reach. But the names they speak, those are that city's first kings of Sarkaz. The kings of Sarkaz 7,000 years ago.
The Lich appear before us. How does she have this power? I draw my sword across my chest. The Lich lifts a hand.
How did you produce these things? Considering this Kazdor's historical significance and its impact on the generations to come, the legend of the kings of Sarkaz have found such widespread in song. But these vagabonds, even we lack for such trifling accounts. This is scarcely even witchcraft. It is absolutely not. No Originium arts could attain this degree of effect. Oh, or perhaps it could. But at the very least a historian would be needed. Is it a trick of physics? A projector that forms images from the midst? When did our brother and sister gain such technology? How rude not to share. No, it's off. These pictures are too close to the recorded truth. Be it a technological feat, whence came the material? So this is some kind of arts then. Her hand sprays gently in the air, like she's feeling something, studying the colors before her and leaving us to our devices. Well, it's of no known category of arts. It's highly likely, even, that it is an art. How very strange. A firmament. If Victoria wanted to tame a firmament for battle, it should have started long ago. What's this bitch even doing?
I love W.
Seems you're an old artist. You're simply and purely the ones who blew up my glove cube. I was very comfortable sitting in it.
Messenger to the Lich's court, Lady Ermengarde. We deeply apologize for using such a method to contact you.
I don't know what misconception you have of liches, but honestly I'm not that old. Stop kowtowing.
I fear this is not your art either.
I certainly don't have the knack to conjure a band of 7 millennium old vagabonds. What if I use arts to simulate it? Just the most basic, tiny amount of energetic irritation. Squall whips up. The vision before me recedes like the tide. The twisted scene returns to normality. A bloodied boulder abruptly appears before us all. What is this? I checked this area 3 days ago. There was nothing like this here. Guys, wait. Hey, herder, W. Snap out of it. Eunice is fine, thank the stars. My blood is boiling. Oh, battle here, okay. Oh, you banned those tiles. The ones I would like to use. Well, alright. Alrighty then. I suppose I could put Spectre over here to bait the bomb, I guess. The only deployable tile that's like kind of out of range. Oh, mountain. You only. Oh, mountain. You only.
奴らは自らの行いを恥じてすらいない。
絶望の匂いまでカムフラージュできないわ。聞いてるけど。
オリジニウム鉱脈を乗せた溶岩には絶対に近づかないでくださいね。
どうすればいいかくらいわかるわ。私に命令しないで。
絶好のチャンスだ。わあ、みんなこっち来て。今すっごく気分。
獲物はどれですね。
リラックスリラックス。わあ、本気で行くよ。決断を下すときは冷静に。慌てなくていい。私を呼び起こしてくださったのはあなたですね。
懐かしい。いい。
任せて。あなたたちに恨みはないけれど。待つことも。さあ、もっともっとよ。決断を下す自然の説を乱してはならない。結果をお聞かせください。無価値なものには興味ないのです。本気で行くよ。わあ、頼みは何だ。
どうぞ続きをつけなさい。この海流は脆弱な命を飲み込みますね。あれがターこの程度か。ようやく私の出番か。 すぐに終わらせる。さっさと片付ければ楽に終わる。どうぞ続きをつけなさい。この海流はおやすみなさい。
準備はできている。
あれがタークを抜けいるか。指示を待つ。
頼みはなんだ。私の庭からとっとと出ていけ。
準備はでき、目に眩しくは映るのだ。
お待ちしており、我に喜びを与えなさい。
Let's try. Yeah. Londinium looking arm mechanics. Yeah, it's the cannon. I've never felt my blood flowing so clearly through my own veins. It surges about like crazy, shooting out through my limbs, then finally converging on my heart again. At Rhodes Island, when the medic operators were examining me, they wanted to inject me with... what was it called? I forget. I sure gave them hell about that. I've got the Originium. I don't want more random junk around my body. Well, fine. I get the message. We need all this blood to live. It carries oxygen and yada yada. Whatever. Fedora told me once. But right now, I'm sick of it. You're my blood, you little shit. So listen to me. And if not, you can get the hell out of my body. I feel for the dagger on my waist. W, what the hell is wrong with you? Nothing, just some bloodletting. Ugh. Fedora scrunches his brow. That lich is giving her a death grip. The racket finally dies down. No, actually, I guess we Hardy Bunch just got used to it. Enos, are you alright? Absolutely nothing's wrong with me. You guys explain. I get it. These rocks don't work on chilly old hags. I bet Cassio could dance a whole jig here. I believe it. I'd also suggest you bandage that wound. I cut surgical, avoided the arteries. So, this is an anti-sarcasm installation. Something to do with the blood. Sarcasm blood. That's a difficult guess. This witchcraft device hasn't properly activated yet. I drew past this area on an uneasy feeling I had. Realized the main offender. Little wonder the tutors are always so cautious with matters of Londinium. So what if it does activate for real? All Sarkaz explode and die? And then the Sanguinarch throws out blood all over Victorians? W would be a great battle rapper. No vehicle tracks in their vicinity. No signs it was transported. It took those giant crystals, crossed all these miles, then set them down here directly? Somehow. So it wouldn't be the first time I've heard of something like that. Lady Ermengarde, I'm guessing you have nothing to do with this either. Naturally, liches can't accomplish this sort of thing. The space we researchers on this one. Also, if I'm not mistaken, you recognized me just now? Fedora, was it? I've had an eye on your books before. Some of your manuscripts are even in circulation among the Lathanian Sarkas. Do you have any leads for us? Why should I be helping you? You just blew up my little cube. The bitch just shot me a glance. You don't know how much I'm holding back from stuffing a bomb in that chest cavity of yours. Our old Sarkaz mercenaries are eager to die these days. He says one more word, I'm seriously gonna do it. Forget it. Let's talk about that illusion just now. That was a vestige. A spatial one. A temporal one. Were you looking for vehicular tracks just now? That illusion was it.
Some kind of special arts is affecting this place.
Well, that wasn't original arts, and it wasn't sarcasm witchcraft.
These art circles are related to the vampires, and the illusion was definitely related to the art circles, but there's no direct line connecting them. Perhaps these are leads you can use?
What position are the Lich is taking?
The same as ever, we've made no promises.
But we have an informant telling us Kazdal has had Liches showing up too. You usually never make appearances in Kazdal.
Oh. You left Babel, joined an infected organization, ended up in Londinium, and you've still kept an intelligence net up in Kazdal? Are you really just a mercenary? I feel like with your competences, you could get hooked up as a Gesatzwatcher in Londinium, relatively speaking. Oh, except your arts is a little mediocre.
Personal habits.
Personal habits. In a battlefield this extensive, how do you think you'd stop me if I did want to leave without a whisper?
You were looking for us too?
Technically, I am a little interested in you. Specifically you. Do you Sakas always have to talk in riddles? Score 1 interruption from Venus. She's getting impatient. Nice. Let her draw everyone's attention while I kill this son of a lich dead. Even you get news from Kazdal. That naturally means our siblings' acts just been feigning ignorance. We need, to give Teresa some flex room. We're taking control of Kazdal right now. Everyone's welcome to Victoria, so someone's gotta look after the place. What flex room? You gonna hold a celebratory feast? Yes, that's the first part of the plan. Then we declare a National Foundation Day, and so on. No more jokes now. That is just the first part of the plan. Teresis and Teresa have no plans for evacuation at all. It seems they really do want Londinium to be the battlefield for a face-off against all the lands. We have no idea what's giving them so much confidence, but if it's their plan, brother and sister, then they must have some means in place already. So if they do succeed, then that means we'll have to rebuild Kazdal, rebuild the Sarkaz's heaven.
And if they fail? If the Sarkas fail here, then we'll lose an entire generation of youth. And maybe every youth that was to come. After the expedition of 200 years ago, most nations had no clue about the present state of Kazdal. They weren't even interested. Until all this, a lot of Victorian worthies believed Kazdal was just a pile of ruins. But before the Civil War, with Her Highness Teresa's establishment, Kazdal had a nascent nomadic city.
Until Teresa's messed the whole thing up. Now Kazdal's just this super giant witchcraft tractor. The kind that's got bolts and parts popping off it while it travels along.
Kazdal wouldn't stand up to anything you could call a war, but the region just so happens to be starting one. Once it begins, every spy will have made contact with Kazdal. How will those nations sitting on the fence regard the Sarkas within the territory?
Alright, you're a pessimist. Good, so am I. So part 2 of the plan. The Liches hanging back in Kazdal have formulated their plans to break the place up. If Theresis fails, Kazdal will immediately be split into pieces, maybe a dozen or more. Taking their affiliated residents as per the apportioned clanned units off to hide deep in the barrens. Route planning, balanced production, and ensuring Kazdal becomes a nomadic city isn't without meaning. To the Sarkas, the enmity of the rest of mankind is a catastrophe. Kazdal will greet another age of exile. Again with the exile. What kind of crap is this? As if we're not exiles already. Did I miss some nomadic city while we all live happy lives, sipping afternoon tea, watching the catastrophic clouds roll by?
Sarkas is strongly united at this point. Not all the way I hoped, but purely in terms of endpoint, Teresis has done it. But unity could mean more than just another vengeful massacre.
Despite the unity being founded on hatred and war, that's no easy ask, Herder, my brother. Kazdal is more than a city. It's every person who calls it home. In the original plan, Kazdal didn't need that many inhabitants, and they wouldn't let us take that many away anyway.
We have to end this war, Victoria. The sooner, the better. If we can't take back the hate, then the least we can do is turn it to fuel the caster supports the caster. And every life to the caster of the future may well be fatal.
Easily said for you.
We just touched on a method for moving supplies and people over long distances. That might be what we've been after this whole time. And what serves as the military commission's lifeline in Londinium. I'll find it and seize it. It was able to bring us to Londinium, so it could take us home too. Before everyone's buried 6 feet under.
Hi. You aren't certain to succeed. You're just a mercenary.
A place to call home. Somewhere you can always return to.
Teresa. All this time I've been trying to keep that name separate from this war. Her Highness. How can a war just like before let anyone rest in peace? I bet it's just some diversion by that Teresa's bastard. He killed Her Highness and he's still blaspheming her. I'll make him beg for forgiveness on his hands and knees. And once he's done, then I'll turn his skull into fireworks. Finding you was the right choice. I'll take your plans as a stance of babble survivors and inform the Liches.
Thank you.
But you blew up my cube. How do you want me to get back on foot? 8 kilometers northwest, there's a Sarkaz transport camp. Go and steal the car. Need us to help? Forget it. I don't want her catching me again and finding out I've been making deals with you on the sly. So, good luck to you and may you still be alive to make good on your promise after meeting her. Hold on. Are you guys getting this familiar feeling? What are you talking about? What am I talking about? I have no idea. Damn it, Hunter should be the one saying moody crap like this. But still, what's bugging me? Not far off, there's someone sitting on a mountain, a peak, just on the edge of where that original illusion vanished. She's just sitting there, like she doesn't have a care in her heart. Her long pink hair draped over her shoulders, as it always was.
Yo.
And that look in her eyes, that sorrowful. Look away. How is this happening? Ow, ow, ow! No, that's no illusion. The moment I saw her, I knew it wasn't. That's her. Your Highness? He's gone. I want to reach out. Forget it. Maybe I should just save it for next time. Besides, she couldn't have been real anyway. She just really looked like her. An indistinguishable forgery. Able to fool almost any pair of screwy messed eyeballs.
あなたはまだ信じているのだろう。皆の命運をその手に握るとき、必ず良い結末に至れる。
Oh. It's okay, it's one of these maps. Should I clear this? Alright, let's try and clear this one out, I guess. Fate twists in an instant. Seize the opportunity. We have... okay. The cannon is back. And enemies charge the cannon more quickly. Okay. Okay, okay. So if I place mud rock here to tank the cannon, that'll hit everything around here and it leaves these two tiles open. Hits all of these tiles, leaves this tile open. Leaves this tile open. And this tile open. And this one. And these two. It's not a lot of range tiles though. Oh, I could just put Spectre there, I guess. That works too. That doesn't need to be Mud Rock, right? Spectre can go there. What about the rest of the map? So those two tiles are going to be taken up that way. I mean, I suppose I could just put Liner here, just let him get hit by the cannon anyway. I could put him here. Like, he'll survive anyway. Probably here. Probably here. Yeah, I wanna hit everything around. Yeah. Okay. Suppose I have a medic over here. And then 4. There'll be these 2 tiles, and this tile, and this tile. Okay. Won't reach. I put 5 on here. Go here, here. Oh, she will reach this area, specifically just this area. Okay. Might get another medic though. I think we need Enos. Let's just get another medic. Medic!
新たなデータをパッケージにビルドしました。
Oh, I suppose it also depends on if there's going to be anything hitting me over there. If there's any ranged enemies. There might be ranged enemies from behind. No, actually. Why is there such an open space here? And what the fuck's this red box over here? That's like fucking walled off. What? Okay, that doesn't make sense. Alright. We'll take our Rosa. And we'll bring in what? Lynn, I guess?
目標だけ教えて。
Yeah.
やり方に関しては聞かないでちょうだい。
Something like that. The fog grows thicker. The entire forest seems to swim in it. Confess, I'm not so familiar with Kazdal at all. By the end of the Banshee's court's part in the war 200 years ago, I was gone from that city. It was in the comfort list of the Banshees that I came of age. I had asked my mother why, being one of her 6 heroes, she would choose to leave Kazdal, the city she once fought to the bitter end for. Mother showed no response at the time. She plucked a few reeds from the riverbank and wove a necklace for me. Their stems twisted about each other, head to tail, tail to head. It was beautiful, and I treasured it in the most genuine sense. Yet very soon it withered and faded, and fell to scattered pieces. My mother told me how this was the Banshee's most traditional art form. We weave song and incantation, just as we weave necklaces of grass. But now we had the entire convolute. They needed not be foraged, they did not be bothered, and so year after year they grew forever. We banshees sang our elegies, but the elegies were no supplication of the end. Rather, they were anticipation of new life. There is the sarcasm's need, not to hold a dead city standing, to grow. What to change type and skill? Oh well. This is a highly disconcerting environment, Doctor. We were in the thick of a forest only moments ago. What lay before us became nothing like as the fog settled in. Convolutes. Is this all an illusion, Logos? The Doctor is considerably wounded, but their tone of voice is steadied once more. Ascalon silently carries the still unconscious Amia, taking the very front. She remains as ever, lips sealed, but I can sense that her current silence is more bleak one than before. I remember at the time of the hurried rendezvous with me, that flicker of an expression I found hard to discern. Just a spin from nothingness. Their scenes are mere fictions in the mind, bound to return to no hill, no matter how lifelike. But this place is not. Everything here truly did exist once upon a time. Constructing a mirage like this requires not just intelligence and information, but time and space. It's too difficult. A bone whistle. I know this convolute. I've always loved it. Yes, the whistle of the banshees. It doesn't necessarily entail original arts. When we were young, we'd learn it by the riverside. We'd sit among the underbush and wait still, until Great Finn gobbled small bog, until foul beast snatched up Great Finn. That is when the bone whistle is played. What's this scenery doing here? How do we get out? I'm trying. Virginia Arts has this power. The power this is of can only be of something more ancient. But it shouldn't come about in this battlefield at this moment, not on Londinium's periphery. Everything we're seeing and hearing could pass for real. Our squad is not in good condition. We need to up our vigilance. At the convolute this is all around. There seems to stand someone, dead still, silent. Logos, what's wrong? Nothing. I say, try to tear this landscape apart directly. It carries some risk, but it's the best solution. I don't know whether it'd be safe to leave this place, Ascalon. Ascalon nods, handing Amia over to the Doctor, who strains to hold her up by the arm that isn't hurt. Ascalon, Master Assassin, vanishes in a blink into the mist. Just finished all possible arts battles. Might just wait for the second season and play properly. It'll be a lot better after the second season. Yeah. Well, once the second season's here. I shut my eyes and prepare, conceiving of destruction, imagining reconstruction. But the figure appears again, this time atop one of the convolute's crests. She seems to be looking at me, but she is as if a thin slice of the past, stuck frozen in some older time. I know that crest full well. When I was young, I would practice incanting there until twilight fell, and she would show up behind me. I would never know when exactly she had come, but she would just stand there, as she does now in this mirage. And once I exhausted myself, we would go home together. I feel for my bone whistle. It's cold as bale ice, just like the time I was first given it. Not long ago I sounded into the closure of the Matsi's court. But the time before that, I was back in this convolute. I'll be leaving tomorrow, for Babel. Yes. You're a master of the Elegiac court now. Remember to send Her Highness Teresa my greetings. It still doesn't feel real to me, mother. I'm too young to be a master of a royal court. Now, what makes you say that? Anyone could see how remarkable you are. Keep this safe. Your bone whistle. I've tuned it for you and given it a royal court crest. And of course a kiss full of magic too. Alright. Simply sound it and all the Sarkaz will know it as the will of the knell. Mother, what should a lord of the Banshees do? Do what you believe you must. I want to talk to you about those ravings of mine. The fettered Sarkaz have no escape, just as the necklaces you used to weave together for me became naught but pieces in the end. Yet what feathers us is our identity to what we belong. The royal court and perhaps the king of Sarkaz. But still you bestow this aspect on me. Our rotting bones will never again be given new life, should annihilation reach its destination. And yet, that is the rule. We sound the knell for all, for others, for ourselves. But it is a necessary burden. If you feel our time-worn inheritance has been reduced to naught, but a stepping stone to new life, then it is for you to ascertain that yourself. Supposing that does not change your mind, then from death comes new life. I rest the whistle into my lips. My, now, well done. Oh, tender little lord of the Banshees, for whom does your first fledgling knell toll? For myself. For the royal court that would rot, past and future all. Sarkaz must write a new verse. What meaning is there in a stagnant landscape? With the words power burst forth. This is the vampire's witchcraft. But the vampire could never construct the landscape we were just in. I fear there's some other presence helping him. What is the vampire planning to do with these art circles? Laboring to keep Armia supported, the doctor lifts their head with some worry, taking in the giant sanguine-colored crystals. The loop here isn't even complete, but some of its symbols are legible. Purify. It's trying to affect our blood somehow. Affect Sarkaz's blood. This artistry is tied to the Sarkaz's power. The doctor gives their response, seemingly lost in thought. Rika! Hey! They finally ran out of patience. I detected them long ago, a handful of boorish wanderers. The derangement of our space-time was masking their figures, and now with the mist abated, they finally show themselves. Already the silver glint on Ascalon's hand has cut across their necks, while bone-writ incantation blocks their attacks. A clump of dirt. It's crude as a child would be. I told you they were real. Those ghosts were the real deal. It is a child. Is that you? Does the doctor know this Sarkaz girl? You're that, doctor, right? I saw you once in the munitions factory in Highbury. What are you doing here? And the knocked out Cordis and Sarkaz? You were supplying goods to refugees in Norport. How'd you know that? Don't let us slip. I was just, I don't think that Cordis girl is looking too good, is she? And your arm is all... I'm gonna guess you guys are fine hanging out with these suckers. I think we ended up back where we came, but did we do it for real this time? I've met enough hallowed monster things for one day. This is at work. Paprika, what are you talking to the ghosts for? One in a hood, one unconscious bunny, and a Sarkaz.
No! Driver, they're real! As in real? Isaka steps up to me, skeptically looking me up and down. I could tell with a glance that she's never taken to the battlefield. Her hands calloused in the wrong places. Just now, did the young paprika girl call her driver? Hello? Miner, come check this out, it's real! Your clothes must have cost some money, didn't they? Let me take a closer look. Never mind. Trust you Ursus Bumpins not to know. Quit it with you. Ooh, I'm from Castle already. Shopkeep like you matter. What you do there is run a grocery store. Oh wait, forgot. You sold your store to come pick fights out here. Ha! Shape up a little. Stop getting carried away in front of people. Hello. You may have met me in Castle before. My grocery store was a fairly popular one. Did you have cabbages? The man nicknamed Shopkeep rubs his hands, eyeing me with ingratiation. His dagger is equipped with auxiliary Londinium arts, control apparatus. Never an affordable piece of kit. A shame, it's all new. Dagger itself included. You must be part of the royal court, yes? I could tell by your regalia. I take it you're the child of soil and stone? Sorry, he hasn't the first clue about any court at all. I am the Banshee. A boy Banshee? I thought Banshees are all meant to be girls? Correct. Huh. Never heard about any boy Banshee while I was in Casimirs. Not that I mean to be implied or, you know. Paprika, you're friends with celebrities like him and you never told us? No. I don't know if we know each other. Are you moving things? Inside their truck I noticed an uncovered spot where a few blood streaks crystals are poking out. Where are you transporting those goods to? Aren't these ritual materials? I don't really know how to explain. We're just patrolling along our route map, because some art circles might be a little damaged, and we need to repair them. The doctor makes brief eye contact with me. I have some inkling. A Sarkas truck, a vehicle that can take us through the battlefield. With Armia's current condition, we won't be rendezvousing with the main unit on foot. I can sense Ascalon all set to go into shadows, ready to strike at the amateur squad before us. But evidently the doctor already has a better idea. Noble Banshee, sir. We won't cross the battlefield alive at this rate. I beg you, just let us go. I can comprehend the doctor's gist, but I'm really not well versed when it comes to this. I commandeered your transport squadron. We are on a special mission of the utmost nature. We're assailed en route. For your assistance, I will memorialize you forevermore. It would be our honor to serve a member of the royal court, your highness. I think we have the evidence for a Banshee, James. Might want to check the cam for ghost orbs again. It's just being memorialized by a death-tolling Banshee. Doesn't seem much of a fortune. Could you? Here's your payment. Thank you, coins that mechanist stuffed in my bag. Thank you, sir. But our transport duty... I'll explain to your superiors afterwards. A special mission? Or I bring those two outbloods along. They are my captives. Captives? But you, Okay, well once this is over, you guys are gonna come see the General Manfred with me. For now, we'll go sort out some positions. The doctor comes to my side, voice grave. Logos, figure out a car for Ascalon too. The Confessari attack was no simple one. They and the vampire were working together, but in the process they estranged Armia from the ship. Doctor, are you worrying? Closure and the Self-Salvation Corps troops. Don't have any suitable combat personnel in between them. House is wounded. Shining's powerful, but the Confessari are sure to have methods prepared just for her. I understand. The state Army is in may not be curable with medication. What she needs most right now, before she comes to, is not to fall into the Confessari's line of sight. Shining Altar win! Operating under this squad's support will be safer. I'll get Ascalon back to back up Saucy. We got you here. Besides,
The doctor looks at the sanguine heart circles. Pit forms in their stomachs. Say no more. I know far too long. These crystals aren't just simple originium. Holy shit, man. Just reading takes fucking forever. Oh, so that's how it is, huh? That's where you end up being.
血は残すな。後片付けが面倒になる。獲物はどれですね?
Oh, fucking piece of shit, really? What the? The cannon was already live? Holy fuck, okay, we're redoing that. that cannon charged up fast, man! That was fucking fast. Alright, we I guess we need to chill for a bit. Or play Myrtle, play Spectre, hold off Gladia until the cannon drops, and then play Gladia. Yeah. I'll change Typhon's skill now. Because we can.
必要な手段とは何かなんてあなたに説明せずに済むよう祈ってるわ。この戦場に迷い込んだすべての魂、あなたに捧げましょう。
獲物はどれですね?
我慢にも限度があるわ、ドクター。
Damn, can't reach, huh? Hang on. Maybe place Typhon in an area she can reach. Does it have to be here? Yeah, it has to be like that. Yikes. To reach that area. Do I need to? Yikes! Oh, the fucking bombs are over there. Okay. That is really quite annoying.
アーツユニットチャージ中。
懐かしい。いい。
Yeah. I would opted to play Lynn down here and nuke everything, but she's gonna instantly die, I think. If I had placed a here, activated a skill, then I would be able to do that. Yeah. Might be a retry.
準備はできている。
どうぞ続きこの奇跡あなたの心臓に滑り込むまで1秒もかかりません。
They don't do a trick at all.
我慢にもまだ足りないわ。プログラム起動します。オリジニウム鉱脈を乗せた溶岩には絶対に近づかないでくださいね。背後の影には気をつける。怪人は生命を育むにシンバを動かせ。あなたを逃がすに足る条件を提示してちょうだい。ないの？残念ね。
What? Oh, okay. The hit over there. That's fine. It's fine. I'm still alive.
アーツユニットチャージ中。
Minor has done
準
nothing.
備はできている。
Asuga Abyssals.
指示は結構よ。今さら話し合おうだなんてちょっと遅すぎない？
You know what the cruelest thing in the world is? Neither total darkness, nor endless torment, nor a dark alley filled with murderers. It is when a gentle hand pulls you out of a nightmare, just as you thought it was over, and all the pain would come to an end. Only for you to realize that salvation was just a cruel joke, a brief respite before falling further into the darkness. Even greater suffering is gazing upon you, within a stone's throw. And you are powerless before such mockery. Delphine, do you want to join us? The Duke of Windermere's coffin is being transported to the approaching battleships. Some of the refugees have taken it upon themselves to organize a funeral procession in their gratitude. She keeps looking at the place where her mother had fallen, even though any trace of blood is long gone. May not be a good idea to invite her now. I'm already starting to regret it. Can you thank them for me, Vina? I want to stay here a while longer. What did I say to you? Nothing. I'll just stay a little longer and cool my head. The sword guards boarded the late arriving escort fleet. Most of them kept silent while the nobles panicked. A moment's weakness when I tried to help that soldier. The vampire reached out his hand, whether it was an obvious trap or not. Mother was wounded because of it. Broken formation and fallen soldiers. Sword guards did not defend their duke. Their only goal was to fulfill their mission. But they faced a foe powerful beyond their imagination. Delphine. The staff officers think that there was too much personal sentiment in this reckless operation. They never supported it. They must believe that I'm the reason Mother died. A hero should not die for the weak. And they're right. I gaze at the late arriving battleships, their standards flying high. For some reason I am reminded of Valadale. I've cleaned your wounds as best I can, Lady Delphine. This is all I can do with the limited amount of medicine available. Thank you, Doctor. I must go. The General Staff have ordered all troops to report back. I've left behind some things that belong to you. These were the Duke's gifts to you, and you have a sword. This may sound impudent, but I hope that you will come back to Ironclad Galway with us. Whatever the senior officers say, nothing can change the fact that you are the heir to the title of Duke Windermere. Think about it. Right now, I just want some quiet. How are things? It took a bunch of people, but many more remain. So, that rough mum, really. Yes. Ironic, isn't it? The Duke has trained her officers well. Even now, the General Staff of Windermere continue to plot the next course of action according to the plan. But what about Delphine? Seems like the snobbish officers are planning to abandon her. I don't know. I'm even worried what they might do to Delphine as the heir. She's not ready. Duke Windermere was a strong leader. Her sword guards, her general staff. They all serve the greater good of Victoria alone. But she herself. She made an admirable but reckless decision for the sake of her daughter. That decision saved a bunch of lives though, didn't it? Not criticizing her, I respect her. But it means that Delphine is being abandoned by what her mother, Duke Windermere, built on her own. Oh. What do we do now? They took some of the refugees. Can we really trust them? Do we follow the tales of the nobles in the oncoming battle? They didn't take everyone. That's not right. If this one ship could take everyone, there's no reason that so many battleships couldn't. What's that movement? I thought the ship's engines were out. The window! Dust rises from the escort fleet that has only just rendezvoused with us. They're sailing away. Delphine! She stands on the deck where her mother left this world, holding her mother's sword in her arms, as she did before I went to below. The wind sweeps at her short hair. Her solitude makes her look even smaller than she is. What's going on? I grab her shoulder. Only then does she come out of her stupor. I see none of the anger, fear, or sorrow that I expected to see. She's wearing barely any emotion at all. Only calm, flat disappointment, and a quiet so deep it's painful to see. They're gone. Her voice trembles a little, but it's still too calm. There are civilians down below waiting to see the Duke of Windermere's coffin off. Those bastards didn't mind running innocent people over. What's going on? That wasn't part of the orders. Maybe there was a miscommunication. We still have a few good IFVs. We need to head back to Ironclad Galway and get confirmation. I've never gazed upon the tail of a battleship so intently. How ridiculous. The marks that the rain of blood left on our clothes as a lingering reminder of that cruel attack. Several hours have passed since we left the Duke of Windermere's flagship. The news keeps happening. It's coming. We did a head count as we left the ship. The doctor, Mia, and Ascalon were not there. We only had time to do a brief search, which came up empty. All I can do is keep faith in their strength, or for some reason I think back to Amia's lean shoulders. Sorrow and helplessness are luxuries that this group can no longer afford. Stop dawdling! I really can't go any further. I'll whip you if I have to. Get up! Stay with the armor if you want to live. I need to catch my breath, sir. I have a condition. No dawdling. This isn't just about your life. Hands off, Northport Holden. I'm just carrying out my orders. They're not trained soldiers. They've been at a forced march for 5 straight hours. They don't have any strength left. Then they can lie down and die. We're trying to save their lives. Everything can still be salvaged if we make it back to Arknights Fight. They need to stop and rest. I said, it's not just for them. It's for you too, Ensign. I know your condition. Not many soldiers were left behind, but I know almost all of you are infected. Shut up! I'll let that slide. This once. Your Duke Windham and his men. Do not let your actions defile their memory. But infection, a curse they fear more than any other. Catch up to that ship that abandoned them. Hide the growing black crystals under the bandage. Fool yourself. I'm sorry. It's just... Don't say that blasted word. I'm fine. I'm fine. I said to keep a low profile on the Barons and avoid drawing sarcasm attention. Sorry. It's getting dark. The civilians are trying to keep up with you. Keep up with you need to rest, Lieutenant. Civilians trying to keep up with you need to rest. No. We continue the march as planned. We can reach Hill 31 by midnight at our current pace. We'll re-establish communication with Arknights Fight there. Only once we're in touch with the nomadic fortress are we truly safe. If we wait until morning, I doubt this group is ready to face the sarcasm. You're the ranking officer and de facto commander here, and the ship's doctor. You know as well as I do that we're trying to catch a fast battleship with our own fleet and a few tanks. I respect your decision, Lieutenant, but we don't even know why these battleships left. If they didn't respond to your hails at the time, why do you think the fortress will open its gates to us? I checked on the group. We have less than 3 companies of combat effective soldiers, and nearly 1,000 refugees falling in tow. By the time the march that you had in mind is done, there'll be less than 20% left. Bino, right? Listen. He avoids my gaze. I mean 20% of your soldiers, and none of the refugees. Sir. I need not hear what they're saying. I saw what happened. Someone bled his last in a long, silent wall of people. He left behind a long trail of blood, mixed in with the mud. The lieutenant's silence hardly lasts 2 breaths. Slow down a little. Keep going. Idiot. My fist leaves its mark on his face. I heard a crisp sound. I think I dislocated his jaw. Ugh. He quickly puts his jaw back in place. Must have dealt with this sort of thing in a lot. You assaulted a soldier, hooligan. I could have you executed, according to Victorian service law. You. Stand up. Try to execute me, or we can keep going. The fist is a solution that can only be used once in a while. Dagda, Morgan, and Indra stand in front of the soldiers on edge. The civilians surround us silently. It reminds me of how we used to fight turf wars on the streets. Stand down! Do not open fire! They called you Siege, didn't they? They were telling stories that you were actually highborn or something with that accent. I'm a hooligan, leader of the Glasgow gang. Fine, I don't care. Listen, I'm a soldier who has pledged his loyalty to the Duke of Windermere. My duty is to fulfill the mission handed down by my commander. I'm waiting for you to wipe the blood from your mouth. Give up. Your elbow's about to dislocate. Some sacrifices are acceptable in order to protect the many. And just who are the many? Have you taken a good look at who you're leading? Right. Frightened soldiers, silent civilians, the infected, the wounded. The people standing around us. I'd had enough. I want to tell them, those who escaped hell in Norport, I'm still looking out for them. There's still someone who cares about them. Might makes right. Law of the streets, Lieutenant. I'm telling you now that they're going to make camp here, and they're going to rest. We must reconsider our course of action. If we're cut off from the main force at Ironclave, everyone's going to die when we run into the Sarkaz. Every last one. Enough. Don't insult the memory of the Duke of Windermere anymore, Lieutenant Shearer, if you still think you're part of her army. How could you? Delphine clutches the hilt of her sword. It surprises me. Even more than it surprises Lieutenant Shearer. He's surprised and angry. I'm suddenly reminded that he had provided medical aid to everyone on the ship before Ironclad Gallivey abandoned us. Delphine, your clothes, and the sword. A little big for me, isn't it? But I need you all to hear me out. Is the lieutenant leaving? Yes. They formed a small squad and picked the tank in best condition. He can leave at any time. That squad will travel light and quick. They can reach the marked location before dawn. You put those clothes on. Maybe what they represent still means something to someone. I've spoken to my troops, Lady Delphine. They'll follow your orders until I return. For the last time, my lady, you're the heir to Windermere. No matter what happens, you should come with us. Sorry, but I must stay. This was my promise to the people. They need to know that Victoria has not abandoned them. They need this hope to keep going. We can only trust each other now. We must trust each other. If the departure of the escorts was just a misunderstanding or a mutiny by a few, then Ironclad Gallivey will welcome us, whether I'm there or not. And if not... The lieutenant's eyelid twitches. Delphine's words are certainly subversive. My presence will only make things worse. At least you'll live. Lady, it's not my own hide that I'm concerned. They let me go the first time, perhaps out of respect for my mother, perhaps out of a sense of pity, but they won't give me a second chance. I trust my comrades, and the officer's loyalty to the Duke. Please take this locating beacon, Lady Delphine. I promise to bring back good news. As for you... The man gazes calmly at me. I clench my fist, preparing for a sucker punch. You've got some hard knuckles. Take care of Lady Delphine. Cheers, Lieutenant. Siege, we checked up on the refugees from Norport. Perhaps the Duke of Windermere has given orders behind our backs. Things were chaotic when we boarded the ship. We couldn't find the one who executed the order. Regardless, their screening was impeccable. There's no sign of infection amongst the refugees in the group. But now... I look into the direction where the lieutenant departed. Of course. Many soldiers who fought amidst the Sarkaz witchcraft are showing acute infection symptoms. These soldiers go rapidly fighting the Sarkaz. How could their comrades just abandon them like that? It's an old military tradition, and not a strictly Victorian one. Same in Casimirs, Ursus, Gaul. The infected are not allowed in camps. More conscientious commanders might put the infected in their own unit and send them on the most dangerous missions. But for the military, there's far too much uncertainty in the infected and their uncontrolled arts. Some must have resisted. No one ever succeeded. Looking back on history, the infected make up a relatively small portion of armies in times of war. Acceptable losses in exchange for stability on the front lines. It's even in the textbooks of Royal Military Academy. It's just... the honourable martyrs who died for the glorious foundation. Oh no, no need to get violent, ladies. I'm here to talk. First, let me make clear that the death of Her Grace Duke Windermere has nothing to do with the part of Victoria that I serve. In fact, I bring my sincerest condolences, Lady Delphine. My own position aside, I believe she glowed brighter than any hero in the Battle of the Four Emperors. But now who will fill that gap that her death leaves behind? Who could step up to take her place in the grand strategic theatre? Duke Wellington is an accomplished soldier, but we all know he has no intention of giving his all. Duke Castor has her hands full coordinating everything. Frankly, the depth of Duke Windermere is a big problem. You sure got the news quickly, didn't you? Well, it's my business to know. you'd be familiar with our line of work. What are you here for? I suggest you think carefully about the next words coming out of your mouth. Flowers for the hero, Lady Windermere, and a gift of rations and ammunition. In exchange for? You know full well, Your Royal Highness. That scrap of metal known as the size of kings. To be honest, I have no use for this sword, personally. You want to trade? Sure. My conditions are simple. Take that damnable stone of the sword of yours, and bring it to the front lines, where the storm blows the fiercest, where the fire falls the hardest. You can get lost if your plan is to keep the sword safely in the rear, to prop up a tent for the kings and nobles to drink tea beneath. If you really will bring this thing to the front lines, and provide shelter for Victoria's warriors, citizens, and the poor souls who have lost their homes. If it's a shelter for all, whether the son of a blacksmith or a daughter of a teacher, whether they take pay in the name of Victoria or carry weapons of their own making, then by all means, you can have this piece of metal. Come to me with the stone of the sword, Chilby Asher. I promise that I will never fall behind you in the front lines, not by a single step. Oh my. This is beyond my discretion. I'm just an envoy after all. Her Grace the Duke of Custer has the final decision. Then go to your master. Come back to me once you have an answer from my dear aunt. I'll do my best, Your Royal Highness Alexandria. But this is just a promise on a personal level. What follows now is off the record. Some personal opinions, not of Chilby Asher, but of Sir Suffolk Bellingham. A new voice is not necessarily a bad thing. You've taken in infected soldiers, well, and many more civilians, but the point stands. That's all good and fine. But it's not enough. You need an army. Your own army. An army with a place for them. You. I'm surprised. Perhaps it's a caster trick. But he is encouraging me to form my own reunion. Looks like you really did turn off your second sound recorder. Can't do it for too long. Colleagues start getting suspicious, you know. My grandmother was executed after getting infected in the War of 4 Nations. When she left, she told me with a laugh that there was less than a 3% chance of getting her apathy in battle. It was only when I inherited the title and looked through the records in the archives that I learned. The 3% figure has been in use for centuries. It has never changed, even though we're using more Iridium machines and more complex Iridium arts in modern warfare. Perhaps you haven't noticed because all you can see is a small corner of the battlefield. Certainly the Dukes haven't noticed, because they have their sights set way too far away, but I have. The infection problem in the Victorian army is serious. Serious on an unprecedented scale. Everyone exercises restraint in a conflict between civilized nations. No one wants their camp to be filled with ticking living time bombs, or sees a dirty city covered in Iridium dust. But now, our enemy is the Sarkas. If you really mean to do this, Siege, then it has the potential to be a good thing for your reputation, or my career, perhaps even for our country. Thanks for the concern, but my friends and I know the infected better than you do. We'll be fine. Very well. Oh, by the way, I have some scrap equipment here that nobody wants or cares about. Leftovers, you know. You can have them. It's all trash after all. Farewell then. How much do you believe him? I would rather believe that even someone like him could not stay out of this conflict. What did he leave behind? A recording and coordinates? This sound. It's the port. Shutley. Surrounded. Tempest platoon. Requesting aid.
学校でも軍隊でもより厳しい事態は目にしてきた。
That was fucking long. Okay, I think I'm going to call it there for today. USA Bugger Telemoth. Wow. Story always takes fucking forever. But yeah, not bad, not bad.
ドクター、お互い自己紹介の手間は省きましょうか。この契約書をあなたが私たちの協力関係を認めてくれた証として受け取ります。 ではもう仕事に戻ってもいいですか？
Sad though. In your mirror, mommy died. Sad.
ドクター、近くでお散歩しようと思ってるんだけど。
Thanks for watching, guys. Thanks everyone who has to be watching. I'm gonna call it there for today. We'll be back on Saturday with some more Nier Replicant. Okay. Alright. Where's my mouse? There's my mouse.